Okay, the difficulty we're having is we're a little bit behind the timeline, and we're also short on MSs. They seem to be the consumable today. We would like to get the second set of ramp tests for the LBMP experiment. We would like you to be prepared to downlink at 23:30. Secondly, your meal has been postponed to 00:30. And the second crew member for the second set of ramp tests is scheduled at 02:30. We are going to need to postpone processing of FEA sample number 7 until sometime later in the flight in order to prevent violating pre-sleep. How copy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, copied so far.
And WEX, the rest is in work.
Okay.
It's Mission Control Houston at 5 days, 22 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. The previous transmission you heard here was a Public Affairs unofficial DTO. See how many wrong buttons the commentator can push. We're still expecting television to come down from Columbia shortly.
The option of pressing ahead with FEA on our call.
In Columbia, that is something that we discussed earlier, and if you would like to do that, we will give you a go to press on FEA.
Okay, copy. Thanks a lot.
Both the control center and the crew are working to structure the timeline for this morning. They've been heavily involved in some of the mid-deck activities, especially the lower body negative pressure apparatus. This was the first time that equipment had been unstowed. It does involve a certain amount of setup time, and also there's a certain learning curve involved.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We'd like to look at our remaining schedule and fit the RMS in sometime when it's available, and we'd like to give you a call when we're ready to do it.
And WEX, if y'all believe you can fit it in, we have no problem with you doing that.
Okay, thanks a lot.
The LBNP, of course, has been extensively tested, and the crew has been extensively trained in the operation of it here on the ground, but of course there's no substitute for the actual event in real time, in orbit, in microgravity. It involves hooking up the device not only to the crew person, but also getting negative pressure from the plumbing that attaches to the WCS. Also, they believe here on the ground, the flight surgeons believe that the initial run encountered a few problems with establishing a perfect seal around Bonnie Dunbar's waist in order to give the best possible negative pressure in that part of the equipment. And they, on the second run, did it a lot faster, and so they believe they've come up on the learning curve quickly, but that did set the timeline back a bit, and so now we're juggling in order to try to be able to get that experiment fit in, and also we're handling a new request from the CNCR folks who had hoped to see some downlink television. We've managed to fit that in, and that has just set the morning a bit behind the power curve, and we're dealing with that as Columbia moves into the footprint range of the Dakar tracking station, still taking data and voice through TDRS West. And all of the previous courses by way of explanation, we hope our TV viewers understand we're also in something of a fluid situation as we try to bring you the latest data and television on what's going on aboard the orbiter. The replanning has many ripples, and some of those ripples strike the shores of Public Affairs Television. We thank you for your patience as we try to keep up with the ever-changing world of real-time spaceflight and replanning and like that. at 5 days, 22 hours, 56 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. It's Mission Control, Houston. We have a test pattern from the orbiter, which means they're configured for television, and we should receive some signals shortly.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Does he still want us to mark the third package?
Marcia, stand by. Marcia, that's affirmed. We'd like a remark of the third package.
Okay, we'll do it. And Tammy, does he want pictures?
Marcia, we're checking. Columbia, Houston for Marcia.
Go ahead.
Marcia, we'd like pictures and VTR recordings with a friendly reminder to check the tape on the VTR.
Say it again, please.
Marcia, we'd like pictures, and we'd like you to record on the VTR, and with a friendly reminder to check the tape on the VTR.
And we're not just saying this, but we did not hear the friendly reminder.
Marcia, the friendly reminder was to check the amount of tape left on the VTR.
Okay, we copy, thanks.
Columbia, Houston, we have a nice view of the mid-deck activities.
This is Mission Control, Houston. We've rejoined Dave Lowe and Marcia Ivins down in the middeck of Columbia. Still watching over their shoulders as they work with the CNCR experiment.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Just about getting ready to do the third tray, and so I guess we're going to have to slip the LBNP about an hour. Does that fit in with your downlink schedule?
X, that is not commensurate with our downlink schedule. We need the LBNP at 23:30.
We copied, standby. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
I guess we'll need to finish up CNCR or what we're doing here, and then we'll get the third tray later on and go right into LBNP. Is that okay with you?
That's a firm WEX. And we'd like to get some some recorded downlink of the CNCR video at a later time.
Okay, no problem.
In Columbia, Houston, at this time we would like for you to terminate Tray 1 photography for CNCR and execute Tray 3 remark without photography, and that should fit in the timeline.
Copy, standby. Houston, Columbia.
Go, Columbia.
The CNCR and LBNP are not compatible. We'll need to do CNCR later on in the day if you want us to get on the LBNP.
WEX, can you give us a status report on CNCR?
The red tray and the blue tray are complete. The third tray has not been removed yet.
Copy, WEX. We'll get back to you.
Okay.
This is Mission Control. Houston, loss of signal through Tidris East. Next acquisition about 6.5 minutes from now over Tidris West. This is Mission Control. Houston, our next television event will be a replay of some of the selected parts of the downlink that we saw on this last pass with CNCR operations in the middeck of Columbia. We'll begin that replay at 5 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes, or 6:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we have you through Tidris. How do you read?
Loud and clear, Tammy, and we're setting up for LBNP.
Super Wex, and just to let you know, we'll be rescheduling Tray 3 CNCR sometime before cruise sleep.
This is Mission Control, Houston at 5 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes mission elapsed time. Next on our menu of television events will be a replay of Flight Day 6 activities. This will begin at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, or 6:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. We don't expect to run into any conflicts with any unscheduled live TV from the orbiter, as we are in blockage KU band antenna to Tidris satellite for about the next 20 minutes. So we'll get on with this replay and rejoin you at its conclusion. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we have good ECG downlink at this time.
Roger, Houston.
Houston, Columbia, are you receiving good OBS downlink?
That's affirmed, Dave.
Okay, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, I got a little project for you folks.
We're ready to copy.
On the IMAX message, number 104, which is the Himalayan range, which is obviously during our sleep period and everything, but if we just happen to be awake, I was wondering how good a long range and how inaccurate a weather forecast that you can get us of that area of the world at that time, such that if we just happen to be awake, we wouldn't be wasting our time.
Dan, we'll look into it and get back with you.
Houston, Columbia, we're starting the 10-minute control period on ramp 2 for Bunny.
Dave, we copy.
Houston, Columbia, we won't have any TV available during this LBNP run.
We understand, Dan. Columbia, Houston, just a quick heads up. The weather over Haiti looks good for your Orbit 96 IMAX opportunity. No response required.
Okay, well, I'm back.
Houston, Columbia, Bonnie's at the first stage in LBNP at this time.
Copy, Dave, thanks.
Houston, Columbia, Bonnie's at stage 2 now.
Copy, stage 2.
Columbia, Bonnie's at the third stage of LBNP.
Copy, third stage. Thanks, Dave.
Houston, Columbia, Bonnie's at stage 4 now.
Copy, stage 4.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 25 minutes into the flight of STS-32. And our next television event is a change of shift press conference with outgoing flight director Al Pennington. That will take place at 7:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, originating from Building 2, Room 135 here at the Johnson Space Center. Again, that briefing will be held at 7:30 a.m. Central. And this is Mission Control Houston.
And Houston, Columbia, thanks for the heads up on the weather at Haiti. For once, we actually had some reasonable weather and got some good shots the full length of Haiti, just about.
You bet, Dan.
In fact, we got fires and deforestation and ocean phenomena. So the whole movie's all wrapped up just in that clip.
Great, Dan. The IMAX folks are quite pleased.
Houston, Columbia, Bonnie's at stage 5.
Copy, stage 5. Columbia, Houston, your Orbit 1 team would like to thank you for your help with the timeline. The PIs appreciate the extra effort you're going to in order to get their data. We're heading over to Orbit 2, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Okay, we'll see you then. Have a good day.
Roger, and Steve Oswald will be talking to you for Orbit 2.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
And Houston, Columbia, Bonnie's back up to 0 pressure.
Roger that, Columbia.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
On some of these shots, for IMAX, the obliques, they request window W5, and we've been trying various windows in our many attempts to get some photographs. And I think W1 and W2 work a little bit better and get a coming shot as opposed to a going shot. It's easier to get the camera up to the window and you probably reduce reflection and stuff. Could you check with the IMAX folks and see if they're really strong on W5? Because I think 1 and 2 give you a better shot, if, especially the attitude we're in today. It gives you good coming shots.
Roger, Dan. We understand. We'll check with the IMAX people and have an answer for you here in a minute.
There's no rush. We don't have anything upcoming real soon until we get reloaded and whatnot. But and we can't do that until we get room to operate on the mid-deck. So, but it was just a question for the rest of the mission to know.
Okay, I understand. Columbia, Houston, for Dan regarding IMAX.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, we're still working on an answer for you here on the windows, but we wanted to get you some words on this next opportunity on this rev at the Vreedfort crater. The weather folks are thinking that there's a good opportunity there, and if you can get a chance to get that, that'd be good.
Okay. At Houston, Columbia, it looks like we're not going to have any chance to get reloaded in time for that Vreedfort crater, but it looks like from our traj that the following rev, we should be going right across it again, so we can maybe keep that in mind.
Okay, that sounds good. We just wanted to give you a heads up, and the Rev 97 opportunity will probably work out just as well. In Columbia, Dan, talking to the IMAX folks, they say that the window is your choice. They were just trying to give you a suggestion on what they thought, but you've got the best set of eyeballs for it, so that's your call on which window.
Okay, fine. Well, I just, sometimes there's some things we don't have all the background on. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing something that was going to allow some up.
I understand. Thanks for the call. Columbia, Houston for Dan.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Dan. Now that we've finished the handover down here, we just wanted to check with you guys and see if we could get a status regarding today's timeline and where you think you stand relative to LBNP and getting a bite to eat, and then the rest of the secondaries for the rest of the day, so that we can help you try to plan that out. And anytime you can get that for us, it'd be fine. Your call.
Okay, here's what we got in mind. The next LBNP will be 2:30 per your request for data down, and in the meantime, we're going to do the last tray of CNCR. Bonnie is going to be doing the arm power up and check out during that time frame, and then we'll be ready to go back 2:30 with LBNP, and by the time we get done with that, we ought to be pretty well caught up.
Roger that. Understand 14:30 for the next LBNP ramp, and in the meantime, you're going to work on CNCR, and Bonnie's going to do the RMS DTO preliminaries. And just one reminder from the surgeon, we realize you all are probably trying to get something to eat as you can, but a safety note on waiting an hour between last meal and the LBNP run.
And we did that, we're aware of that, and we got a lot of high energy food up here, so we're doing fine.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. We'll be following along with you.
And the only other thing is we're on the timeline with the FEA samples.
Roger that. Thanks for those words. Appreciate it.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event is a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 1 Flight Director Al Pennington. That event scheduled to begin at 7:30 a.m. Central Standard Time from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Again, our next NASA Select television event, post-shift press briefing with off-going Flight Director Al Pennington. We're just about 4 minutes away from losing signal through the tracking and data relay satellite. During this last orbit, Orbit 2 flight controllers have arrived here in the flight control room and handed over from the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team has inherited a very active and somewhat compacted timeline with both flight controller and crew's first experiences with the lower body negative pressure unit. Learning curve was a little wider than expected, and we've had 3 mission specialists dedicated to the LBNP all morning, and things are going very well with that at this point. They've just gotten underway with a third LBNP take with Bonnie Dunbar as the subject, and are planning to restart fluid experiment apparatus operations coming up in a couple of hours. Continued flight echocardiogram experimentation, as well as continued checkout of the remote manipulator system, RMS power up, to be conducted by Bonnie Dunbar, and then a photo survey of the vehicle by Marcia Ivins. Crew catching a snack as they go, eating when they have the opportunity. At mission elapsed time 6 days, 0 hours, and 54 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, we've got about a minute and a half till we lose you on the East Hedris. We'll see you on the other side at 6104.
Okay, we'll see you there, and I don't think think those little white puffy clouds, popcorn ball things show up on the satellite or something, because I don't think we could have shot the crater unit if we'd been reloaded.
Roger that. Hopefully we'll get better here by the next pass. Columbia, Houston, on the other side, we'll be coming up with S-band transponder number 2 and preamp number 2. We'll be sending an SPC LOS.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Teeters West.
Hello, Houston, we're with you. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Houston, Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, go ahead.
Well, I'm getting ready to configure the arm. I've got camera A right now on the downlink if you want to look at it. I've got lightning on the horizon.
Roger that, Bonnie. We'll configure and take a look at it. Thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Well, you didn't get it. I've got it on tape.
Roger that, Bonnie. That's good because we're going to be in blockage here, it turns out, for about another 25 minutes. So we'll wait for the playback.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start configuring cameras and start into the RMS power up. If you guys are ready.
And we're ready, Bonnie. We'll follow along.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, if we could get somebody to resume spec 60, we can get a Timbu on board.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're again processing voice and telemetry through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West. Columbia just crossing the equator for the start of Orbit 97. Here in the Flight Control Room, Orbit 2 flight controllers having completed their handover from the Orbit 1 team. Getting down to work to shuffle and manipulate the timeline a little bit to both give the crew the opportunity to have a little latitude as well as catch back up to the nominal timeline, which is well on the way. Bonnie Dunbar reported just a couple of minutes ago that she's ready to begin powering up the remote manipulator system for the checkout in preparation for a third RMS DTO demonstration on this flight. Both yesterday and the day prior, mission specialists took the opportunity to fire up the RMS and drive it in support of this in-flight demonstration designed to help ground controllers and RMS experts here get a little more data on the drive rates and braking mechanisms in each of the joints of the arm. And in both cases to date, the opportunity was taken to drive the arm out and conduct some television surveys of the tiled surfaces of the wings of Columbia. Once Dunbar has powered up the RMS and checked it out, the mission specialist on deck to conduct the DTO and an additional orbiter survey will be Marcia Ivins. Crew aboard Columbia looking for a bite to eat at this time, eating as they go for the most part. But as activities aboard Columbia begin to converge back on the nominal timeline, they're also getting busy setting up the fluid experiments apparatus for processing of sample number 7, which is scheduled about 45 minutes from now. In addition, there are more flight echocardiogram experimentations planned for this afternoon, as well as continuing lower body negative pressure data takes. Ramp 1, which consists of data takes with all 3 mission specialists, has been completed. After a mandatory stand-down time, the crew will reactivate the LBNP, and all 3 will submit to data takes one more time. IMU-1, which showed some transients or some unexpected disparities in accelerometer readings last night, continuing to hold very well. Not a lot of activity here in the flight control room, no major systems anomalies being pursued. Right now it's pretty much a matter of managing the timeline throughout the rest of the flight day and getting the orbiter buttoned up for bed and getting the crew ready for bed later on too. But before that, a fairly busy afternoon of demonstrating the remote manipulator system, lower body negative pressure unit, fluid experiment apparatus data takes, and American flight echocardiograph. This is Mission Control Houston. PDRS officer here in the flight control room, watching telemetry here on the ground, confirms that the PERLs are open and or the MRLs are open and the robot arm is being driven. Mission Specialist Bonnie Dunbar on board Columbia, powering up and checking out the robot arm in preparation for continued demonstrations of that arm in various joints and drive speeds and braking methods. This is Mission Control Houston. PDRS officer here watching data in the flight control room confirms that the arm checkout has been completed and that they're ready to proceed with the DTO. That's the demonstration, on-orbit demonstration of the remote manipulator system, followed by a short photo survey. This view on NASA Select, digital animation driven by real-time telemetry. As S-band telemetry is processed here on the ground, it's fed into the image generator of this system, producing these semi-three-dimensional views of a modeled Columbia as it orbits on the ascending node of orbit 97 out over the Pacific Ocean.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Hey, the RMS folks are ready. I'm ready for the direct drive.
And they're ready for that, Bonnie. You have a go to press on with the direct drive.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Direct drive test is complete and proceeding on to Survey K.
Roger that. No, we'll watch you through Survey Kilo.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
The think we've got a good look at the survey. I'm going to reconfigure and cradle the arm.
Roger that, Bunny, and PDRS concurs, and we'll watch.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're looking at live television from the end effector camera of the robot arm aboard Columbia as the RMS DTO and the Ohms pod photo survey has been completed. The arm being driven now back into the cradle position.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Arms all buttoned up. Thank you again.
You bet. Glad you enjoyed it. Columbia, Houston, quick flight note on FEA.
Go ahead.
Roger, we don't know exactly what time you're going to get to start in processing, but when you do, we'd like a call 10 minutes prior to the beginning of heater translation so that we can activate the recorder for the HIRAP. And we plan on recording HIRAP data whether or not we can do the treadmill activity at the same time as the FEA processing, but it's still highly desirable to process during the aerobics.
Okay, Stephen, I understand that. We'll be able to get to that, and we'll probably take a little longer for the zone. It's taking a little longer to get there compared to some of our ground values.
Okay, we understand, and we'll be standing by.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston with the completion of the remote manipulator system demonstration. One of the major objectives of the day accomplished and behind the crew as activity on board the vehicle and here in the flight control room begins to converge again on the nominal timeline. Fluid experiment apparatus sample number 7 loaded in the FEA hardware, and Mission Specialist Bonnie Dunbar watching that as the molten zone develops. Once that zone has fully developed, the heater will be activated and begin translating down the indium sample. Flight controllers here on the ground interested in starting to activate the accelerometers on board with which have limited tape capacity, and asking for a 10-minute call in advance of starting the heater translation in order to get the HIRAP up and recording. So the rest of the afternoon, or crew afternoon, is pretty much filled with fluid experiment apparatus operations, lower body negative pressure activities, continued aerobic exercising on the crew treadmill, and some American flight echocardiograph experimentation. Columbia now just off the southern tip of the African continent on the descending node of orbit 97 at 6 days, 2 hours, and 20 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yes, sir. The remark of CNCR is complete, and David will be in LBNP in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks for the status, Jim. Columbia, Houston, we have a request for some CNCR data, and what we're looking for is called out on the bottom of message 70, page 3 of 4, item 27, when you get a chance.
Okay, the chance will be after we complete the LBNP operations.
Okay, that'll be fine, and we'll be waiting for it.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA Select now broadcasting on SATCOM F2R again. We're just about 4 minutes away from losing signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east before a short dropout and reacquisition of signal through the western satellite 8 minutes later. As Columbia heads over the hill, Mission Specialist G. David Lowe is in the process of getting girdled into the lower body negative pressure unit for his second ramp of the day. A ramp is a term describing the step-like decrease in pressure inside the unit around the lower body as as pressure is ramped down incrementally. Each of the two mission specialists who are serving as the subjects for that experiment today will be submitted to two different rampings. Each have accomplished 2 this morning. Those mission specialists being submitting to the demonstration are mission specialists Bonnie Dunbar and David Lowe. Marcia Ivins is the administrator of the experiment. Today, basically a demonstration and evaluation day for LBNP with some therapeutic operations planned for tomorrow. Activities aboard Columbia as well as here in the flight control room beginning to converge on the nominal timeline after a little bit of a slow start and getting some experience and understanding
Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Are you receiving a good OBS signal?
Hey, Columbia, Houston, we're checking. In Columbia, Houston, we're just getting good LBNP data, and we're about to lose you in a minute and a half or so. We'll see you on the west side at 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Roger.
This is Mission Control as the LBNP unit is ramped up. Flight surgeons here in the control room watching physiological data on the ground, watching heart rate. As G. David Lowe is girdled into the LBNP right now, and they're beginning the ramp-up process. Just about a minute away from losing signal through the teeter east, and we'll drop out about 8 minutes before acquiring again through the west satellite. The first of the second phase of rampings already completed, and David Lowe's data take here representing the first of the last two rampings, which will complete the LBNP operations for the day.
Columbia Houston on Teeters West.
Sound clear.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We've got David in the LBNP, and we're in the control data stage.
Roger, copy that. Thank you.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, I'm going to power down the Pilot Bay cameras now.
Roger that, Jim.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're at stage 1.
Roger that, stage 1.
This is Mission Control. That was Mission Specialist Marcia Ivins reporting that they have adjusted the pressure inside the LBNP unit to pressure stage 1.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're at stage 2.
Roger, stage 2.
In Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, the fact we've been running a little bit behind all day today and hoping to finish up near on time, it looks like we got it stacked pretty tight from here to the end of the day, so I guess the lowest priority in that whole group of things is the crew preference from the mid-deck, and we got a few things we'd like to show you, but I just don't think there are enough hours today at least, and we'll try and double up and catch up down the road a little bit.
Roger, Dan, we understand, and we have no problem with that.
Houston, Columbia, we're at stage 4.
Roger, stage 4.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Specialist Marcia Ivins aboard Columbia reporting that they have ramped the pressure inside the lower body negative pressure unit around the lower body of subject G. David Lowe to the 4th level. G. David Lowe currently girdled into the LBNP unit for his second run of the day, to be followed shortly thereafter by Mission Specialist Dunbar submitting to her second ramp of the day. With the LBNP checked out and demonstrated with these rampings today, that'll set the stage for some therapeutic LBNP operations tomorrow.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP, stage 5.
Roger, stage 5.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time, 6 days, 3 hours, 17 minutes, all quiet on the air-to-ground airways right now.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP is in recovery.
Roger, Bonnie, copy and recovery.
Relatively little discussion as crew aboard Columbia very busy with the lower body negative pressure experiment. The third data take of the day, which is the first of phase 2, involving Mission Specialist G. David Lowe, girdled into the LBNP unit. They have completed the ramping down of the pressure in the unit around the subject's lower body, and are beginning to allow it to the pressure inside to recover at this time. Flight controllers and crew working together and adapting to some unexpected difficulties with LBNP this morning, have pretty much converged activity with the nominal timeline here. And as Columbia orbits the Earth with its bay towards the Earth, nose north, activities this afternoon consisting of continued IMAX filming, FEA processing of sample 7, continued American flight echocardiograph data takes, and one more subject yet to submit to the LBNP data take. So after a very hectic and busy morning, coming up to speed with a new piece of hardware on board Columbia in the LBNP unit, things have smoothed out quite nicely. Crew working very effectively with that unit now, and with only a few hours left to go before pre-sleep activities begin, everybody's beginning to look towards the end of the day messages, pulling together any flight plan revisions for tomorrow that might be necessary. There are no orbiter systems anomalies being watched at this time. The IMU-1, or inertial measurement unit, which had showed some accelerometer excursions during the sleep shift last night, which caused an alarm waking up the crew, seems to be working very well. The flight controllers on the ground watched the accelerometer data on that IMU for some time and found it to be stable, and went ahead and reselected the IMU to the set, and it's continuing to work very well. The humidity separator, which has been carefully watched over the last 5 days, HumSep A, continuing to work very well in terms of controlling the humidity levels inside the crew cabin.
Columbia, Houston on IMAX.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, your Rev 98 Brazil deforestation opportunity is forecast no-go for weather.
Okay, we've been over there before and it looked that way, but we were going to keep an open mind.
Roger that.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP is complete.
Roger that. LBNP complete, and it's your call on when you want to start the PMC, and we'll configure it your call.
Okay, Houston, give us about 5 minutes or so for G. David to get out, and then we'll give you a call.
Roger that, and you can pass to G. David that the CENTCOM folks have passed that CENTCOM is on station, and their comm platform is despun, the antenna is deployed, and all systems are nominal.
That's great. Glad to hear it.
And congratulations on the LBNP ops this time. You got some happy customers down here.
Well, everything seemed to work real well. Good pieces of equipment and procedures, so, and I'm sure the folks that... Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, we're ready to set up the CNC, anytime you're ready.
Okay, we're all configured, and John will be talking to you here just momentarily.
Thanks.
Columbia, Houston, back with you.
Okay, great. I guess we're all done passing on the data and ready to go back, and we're on our way doing the AFE, FEA, and treadmills.
Roger that, Dan. Sounds good, and you guys are catching up. Columbia, Houston, if you could give us a call when you're 10 minutes away from the treadmill and the FEA processing.
We will do that.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yes, were you planning to run high rep on both treadmills?
Stand by just a second, buddy. Negative, Bonnie. We're planning on just running the high wrap during the one treadmill during FEA processing.
Okay, and because the zone's been taking longer to establish and stabilize, I'd like to recommend that be the second person on, which is CDR today. CLT will be going first, if that's okay with you.
Roger, we have no problem with that. If you could just give us a call when you're ready.
Okay, and I'll keep you apprised of where we are and where the zone is.
Thanks a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston. That last call from Mission Specialist Bonnie Dunbar regarding the fluid experiments apparatus as the molten zone continues to develop on the indium sample in that experiment module, asking to defer the start of processing and the perturbation data takes and to the second of two scheduled treadmill sessions this afternoon. First by pilot Jim Weatherby, the second by Commander Dan Brandenstein. Brandenstein also reported that crew busy getting underway with more flight echocardiograph data takes. All systems aboard Columbia continuing to work very well. No systems anomalies being watched or pursued by flight controllers at this point. The IMU, which showed some accelerometer excursions last night during crew sleep, has continued to work very well without any problems since being reselected. And the humidity separator leakage, which has been watched for the last several days, continuing to be not much more than a minor annoyance. The HUMSEP A unit continuing to work well, controlling cabin humidity. And, with just minor distractions, the crew continuing to march through the timeline and conducting the mid-deck experiments and putting the robot arm through its paces, bringing folks here on the ground more data on how that arm functions in the vacuum of space. And continuing efforts to photograph targets of interest for the IMAX folks with the IMAX film camera. Coming up on the crew pre-sleep period here fairly soon, which will include a number of housekeeping chores, preparing both crew, the cabin configuration and vehicle systems configuration for sleep. Included in pre-sleep period tonight will be a supply water dump and usual pre-sleep activities, including auto fuel cell purging, reconfiguring heaters on various systems to provide for extended margin in temperatures on various systems so as not to wake the crew with any temperature limit alarms during the night. in conjunction with a water dump, we'll see a orbital maneuver to maneuver Columbia into such an attitude that the water, as it's ejected through the dump system on the starboard side of the vehicle, does not threaten the long-duration exposure facility in the bay with any potential water contamination, and then a maneuver back to the nose north, payload bay to the Earth attitude for sleep. Crew scheduled to go to bed about 3 hours from now and arise again very late tonight, about 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, to begin their morning, Flight Day 8, a day that will be very similar to Flight Day 7 in terms of the level of middeck and secondary activities. The lower body negative pressure unit being put through its paces and checked out and proven to be working and working satisfactorily will be used in an operational mode tomorrow.
Houston, Columbia, I've got a CNCR report for you.
Okay, go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, Steve, I'm going to give you the information that you asked for in the morning message.
And David, what we're looking for is step 27 there on page 3 of 4. We need Alpha for all three, and Bravo and Charlie just for the third package.
Okay, starting off with package number 2, Blue. The start MET was 5/22:15. For package number 1, Red, the start MET was 5/22:55. Stop MET was 5/23:20. And for package number 3, the start MET was 6/1:22. The stop MET was And as far as the approximate distance, on all 3 packages, it was about the same. All 3 packages had growth progressing about 2/3 of the way down the tube. And we gave you the description of the growth in packages number 1 and 2. They were some normal ones, probably more damped ones than normal ones. The thing that surprised us, from what we know, is that we called every single one in package number 3 normal. There was 1 or 2 of them that appeared to be on their way to being damped, but as best we could tell, they were all normal. Again, all of them, I think we counted 7 periods of growth for each one, and again, each one had gone down about 2/3 of the way down the tube, and they looked very, very good. We got at least 3 35mm shots of each of those, and then we have a camcorder shot of each of them also, and we're going to try to put together a little camcorder package for you and downlink that later on.
Okay, David, we got all of that except you dropped out on the stop times for packages 2 and 3, if you could repeat those.
Okay, the stop time for package number 2 was 5/22:54. And the stop time for package number 3 was 6/1:58.
Okay, Columbia, I appreciate that, David. We got it all.
Hey, Stephen, if they would like, we also wrote down the spot meter readings as we remarked them today. If you'd like those, I can give them to you.
Go ahead, David. The CNCR folks would be glad to get it.
Okay, Steve, for the ceiling light that we use to actually mark the tubes, it's an ASA of 800, one 500, and an f-stop of 16.3. For the lockers, and I'm going to give you 8 different lockers here. All of those were an ASA of 100 and 1/60th. For locker MF14 Golf, the f-stop was 1.44. For Mike Fox 28 Golf, it was 1.44. Mike Fox 43 Golf, 1.47. Mike Fox 57 Golf, 1.47. Mike Fox 71 Golf, it was 1.43. For Mike Fox 28 Hotel, it was 1.47. And Mike Fox 43 Hotel, it was 1.46. The golf lockers were the ones that we actually laid the trays up on. Those 2 hotel ones, we took the tubes down there and we actually took a 35 millimeter photo in front of those 2 lockers.
Okay, G. David, we copied all of that and appreciate the information. We're about 1 minute from LOS. We'll see you on the west side at 4:20.
Okay, we'll see you at 4:20. And one other piece of information, Steve, for all 3 of the remarks that we had today, we had the interdeck shades in place, so there was no delta end light at all.
Okay, got it, David. Thanks. We'll see you on the other side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've passed out of range of the eastern satellite. We'll acquire again in about 8.5 minutes through the western satellite. Just before losing signal, Mission Specialist G. David Lowe reporting that they have recorded some camcorder video on the CNCR, the bread mold experiment, which they'd like to show folks here on the ground a little bit later on. Giving the folks here some data on the locations of the experiment trays and light conditions in the middeck, which are significant to the development of the various bread mold samples. We're anticipating the startup of some fluid experiment apparatus operations with processing of sample 7 in just a little while. In the middeck on the treadmill, pilot Jim Weatherby getting ready to strap himself in for a workout, followed by Commander Dan Brandenstein. The FAA folks hoping to get the heater translating down the sample and the accelerometers recorded in that time frame to take the opportunity to look at the effect of that activity on the development of the zone as it translates down the indium sample. Flight controllers here in Houston pretty much looking forward to wrapping up the day's middeck experiment reports and providing the customers, the principal investigators in all these experiments with final data, final information on the progress of the experiments on this flight day 7, and also preparing notes and priorities for handover to the planning team with which they can prepare any minor revisions and updates to the Flight Day 8 timeline. There are no major replans in the works, no major systems anomalies to report or investigate it on the part of the control team. All systems aboard Columbia continuing to work very well, allowing the crew of Columbia to pay their full attention to all of the secondary payloads, middeck experiments, IMAX operations. and to the preparation of the cabin and vehicle systems for sleep. Just about 5 minutes away from acquiring voice and telemetry again through the Western satellite at 6 days, 4 hours, 14 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia Houston with you through Teeters West. Columbia Houston through Teeters West. Columbia Houston through Teeters West.
Loud and clear. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We have shut off Humset A just for a second. We're going to go down and look.
Roger that. Thanks for the call.
There's apparently some water coming out of Humset Bay, and we'll give you a call.
Okay, thanks. We'll be standing by. Columbia Houston, we're with you through Hawaii.
Roger, Houston.
Columbia Houston, Dan, realize you guys are still breaking into it, but if you could give us a rough idea how much water you've got, we'd appreciate it.
I don't know, we haven't got the biocaster out yet. It's kind of hard to say until we get a good look.
Roger that.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just some moments ago, Columbia pilot Jim Weatherby reported that the crew had seen an indication on board that there had been some excess water passed from the humidity separator, unit number A, and the crew is in the process now of pulling out the lithium hydroxide canisters below the mid-deck floor of Columbia to look into that Humsep area and see what kind of excess water there may be. Flight controllers looking at the situation, number of possibilities being discussed, and no action decided on as of yet, waiting for a report from the crew to determine how much, if any, water was actually passed out of the system. One hypothesis at this point is that the combination of the low cabin temperatures, which are being maintained low intentionally today to assist in keeping protein crystal growth temperatures under control, coupled with elevated humidity levels from the crew exercise underway in the middeck, may have put a load on the system that it didn't handle very well. But rather than speculate, we're going to stand by and see what the crew has to tell us and regarding the appearance of excess water under the floor, and respond accordingly. Cabin humidity is currently 39.6%, which is well within the comfort margins, and well within the margins that we...
Looks like about 2 cups.
Okay, understand 2 cups.
But it's all on one blob, so around, it comes out, looks like it's coming out of the vent on Humset A, and it's forming a blob on Humset B, and it, at first look, it looks like a lot, but it's just, kind of forms a bubble on the outside, and we got some pictures of it, but I don't think there's very much water there, actually.
How'd you understand, Dan? Let us talk about it, and we'll be back. Columbia, Houston. Dan, we'd like you to hold off on restarting Humset A until we can talk about it here, and we'll be back. Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to go ahead and restart HumSep A at this time.
Okay, Steve, we're all down in the bilges, and I guess maybe we'll wait until we clean up all the water.
Roger that.
Which we're almost done.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 6 days, 4 hours, 54 minutes. Crew at Columbia under the mid-deck floor again, mopping up water around the humidity separator units. Commander Dan Brandenstein reported finding approximately 2 cups of water all in one large blob coming out of the screen on Unit A and formulating on or accumulating on the B unit. In the process mopping that up right now, removing that excess water from the area, and have already been given a go from the flight control team to go ahead and restart HumSep A. Again, no apparent problems in the humidity separator's ability to remove moisture from the cabin environment and maintain cabin humidity levels. The problem apparently is in the continues to be in the manner in which the system disposes of that water, and there are various hypotheses at this point and a number of options for responding to it. We just need to get a little more data on it and decide which response is the best in terms of avoiding continuing a nuisance annoyances in the accumulation of water underneath the floor. But with the water cleaned up and HumSep A turned back on, crew will have the opportunity to look down there and watch that unit as it's powered up and watch for any additional seepage in the area.
Houston, copy.
Go ahead, Dan.
This morning they asked if felt any flow coming out of HumSep B when HumSep A was running. That was reference to something we'd mentioned earlier in this evolution. And right now, with both HumSeps off, there's no flow out of A, but a low flow out of B. Just airflow, no water. I'm talking airflow.
Okay, copy that, Dan. Thank you. Columbia, Dan, if you could, we'd like you to check the airflow for any airflow out of HumSep B and whether or not it's increased from what you're seeing now after you get the A HumSep started.
Stand by, Steve. Let me turn the volume up. Okay, say again, Steve.
Roger, what we'd like you to do, after you get HumSep A started, we'd like you to check for airflow out of HumSep Bravo and let us know how that compares to what you're seeing now.
Okay, we'll do that.
Columbia, Houston, HumSep Alpha off now, please.
Okay, it's off, Steve.
Thank you. Columbia, Houston, we thought that we saw HumSep A stalling there momentarily. We'd like you to go ahead and turn HumSep Alpha back on now, please.
Okay, Steve, what was happening when it was turning up, it was pumping water out the outlet there. Not just a dribble, like water had backed into it or something while it was off, and it was just clearing itself.
Roger, Dan, that's what we think we saw on the instrumentation. Currents went a little high on us there. We'd like you to go ahead and turn it back on now.
Don.
This is Mission Control Houston. ECOM officer reporting that HUMSEP A is back on and the unit speed is normal. It appears to have cleared itself after one false start.
Columbia, Houston, we're seeing normal indications out of HUMSEP A now.
Okay. Hey, Steve, it seems now that we got A running, that the outlet of B, we feel no airflow.
Hey, I understand no airflow out of the B HUMSEP with A running. Thanks a lot. Columbia, Houston, before we turned on HUMSEP A, you said you had about 2 cups of water and then you got some more out. Can you give us an indication of about how much water you saw total come out of HUMSEP A?
Okay, when we first went down, you asked how much there was, and like I say, there was a big glob on there. When it trickles out of the outlet for HUMSEP A, it kind of, with the airflow, it kind of migrates down across HUMSEP B, and there's a control box that looks like a black thing on the end, and it usually forms a blob on there. And like I say, there were about 2 cups when we went down there, and that was with it off because we couldn't see exactly how much was down there when we just looked through a little crack initially to determine if it's worth digging into it. After we had a boat stop and cleaned up that additional 2 cups of water, and then we went back to start HUMSEP A, I took the towel, and put it around there just in case there was any water in there. It wouldn't blow it all over the compartment down there. And it just curdled out, and I probably got quarter cup, a third of a cup, maybe came out of there, like right into the towel, and then it cleared, and now it seems to be going all right. It's kind of hard to tell if there's any coming out right now. Last time we checked, there was just a little trickle, it seemed, and this was last time we were down there a couple days ago, so there may be a little bit migrating down, but since we just mopped up in there and not everything's dry, it's kind of hard to tell.
Okay, Dan, thanks for the report. Columbia, Houston, before you button up that area, we're working on a plan here to try to help the situation a bit.
Okay, Steve.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead.
After talking about it down here for a bit, it suggested that you might want to take a towel and put it up against the screen there, not restricting the airflow coming out of HUMSEP A. The idea would be to provide a wick for the water to flow onto so that we don't get it over onto HUMSEP B, and it'll make it easier for you to clean it up. And you can tape that towel up against HUMSEP Bravo or whatever structure is convenient, and that should help with your cleanup opportunities because we're probably going to be stuck doing this here for the duration.
Okay. Any thoughts of going back and trying HUMSEP B again?
Now, Dan, we think we're as happy as we can be with HUMSEP A running here, and if all it's costing us is cleaning up a little bit of water, then we just soon stick with HUMSEP A.
Okay, and just our curiosity is getting the best of us. Any theories on what's happening since that we'll go sometimes 24 hours or better with not a drop, and then in 6 hours we get a blob and.
Well, it's we think that we may have slightly degraded HUMSEPs here, and we're not quite sure what the problem is, but we think that the reason that you may be seeing the water building up in the evenings is because of the increased cabin humidity during the exercise that you're doing in the latter part of the day.
Okay, well, we'll try and jury rig something like that to help our cleanup operation, and then we'll get on with it.
Roger that. That's the best we could think of for now, and we'll continue to work it, and if we come up with something better, we'll get back. Columbia, Houston, with some words on your IMU line and also on your maneuver to water dump attitude.
Stand by. Ready to copy.
Okay, we looking at stars 54 and 43 in the table. We like the data, and you have a go to torque the platform. And your maneuver track to dump attitude, the time on that has changed. Sunset now at 5:39. We'd like you to initiate that maneuver at 5:39.
Okay, we'll align to 54 and 43, and we'll initiate a track at 5:39.
Roger that, and I got just a few words on your water dump as well.
Okay, ready.
Okay, we'd like you to perform that dump with the Orbit Ops Eclipse procedures on page 5-2. And we want you to dump tank Bravo to 10%. We're estimating that it should take around 50 minutes, 50 minutes. And you can reference message 73 alpha for the procedures on pressing and depressing the tanks.
Okay, I copied all that.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time, 6 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. Crew aboard Columbia just wrapping up their daily bilge dive to mop up water around a leaky humidity separator. Humset Bay, which has been in operation since Humset B was deactivated early in the mission, continues to work very well in terms of humidity control, and doesn't seem to have any problems with removing moisture from cabin air. But on occasion, particularly when there has been high humidity content in the cabin due to crew exercise, the problem has been in disposing of the moisture that it collects. There are a variety of possibilities which could contribute to that, but for the time being, the plan is simply to find more convenient ways of cleaning it up and keeping water from building up under the cabin floor, and allowing the humidity separators to run and do their job, which is to control the levels of humidity in the crew cabin. Colombian crew just crossing the east coast of the South American continent, tracking out over the Atlantic Ocean on orbit 99. We're now just about an hour and a half away from putting the crew to bed, and some of the housekeeping chores yet to be accomplished here in the pre-sleep period are the alignment of the inertial measurement units, the daily auto purge of the fuel cells, a supply water dump coming up in just a little bit after a maneuver to an attitude that will protect the LDEF and the bay from any potential water contamination during the dump, followed by the maneuver back to the sleep attitude with the bay towards the Earth, nose pointed north. Crew buttoning up the floor of the middeck after having mopped up a little more water around the humseps, reinstalling the LiO canisters, and closing out the middeck floor to continue preparing the cabin for sleep shift. After something of a slow start this morning, which can be attributed to experience with a new piece of hardware on board the vehicle, for which operations took a little more time than flight planners had allowed in the timeline pre-flight, crew has managed to square their activities back with the timeline and It looks as if all of Flight Day 7 objectives will have been accomplished by the time we complete the pre-sleep period and button things up for bed. After a little activity here around the discovery of some water being emitted under the floor by the HUMSEP, here in the flight control room, everything returning to its standard state on this Flight Day 7, which is very quiet. Flight controllers turning their attentions now back to end of the day messages, preparing for end of the day experiment statuses from the crew, and preparing notes for handover to the planning team, who will be coming on in just a couple of hours to plan Flight Day 8. Mission elapsed time 6 days, 5 hours, and 25 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston, Guidance Nav and Control Officer here in the Flight Control Room, reporting that acting on stars of opportunity that worked their way into the table. The crew aboard Columbia has torqued the IMUs, aligning them and bringing the orbiter's nav platform up to date. So one more pre-sleep chore down and just a few more to go. Crew will be shortly maneuvering to their water dump attitude and starting what will be about a 50-minute supply water dump from Tank B, which is at roughly 80% full at this point. They'll dump that down to 10%, as is standard for prior to going to bed.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we saw the IMU line. It looked good to us. We do not need the numbers, and we realize that you're busy, but if you've got somebody that could update us on how you're doing on secondaries and so forth with this HUMSEP problem, we'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead.
FEA is standing by till we resume activities with AFB and the treadmill, and we're starting the zone. I expect that we're probably an hour away from the first treadmill, and we'll keep you apprised. As far as everything else, I think we're all up to speed.
Okay, Bonnie, thank you for the words. Appreciate it.
This is Mission Control Houston, the Guidance Nav Control Officer here in the Flight Control Room, watching S-band telemetry through the tracking and data relay satellite. It confirms that Columbia is maneuvering. This maneuver is designed to place the tiled underside, or belly, if you will, of Columbia towards the velocity vector, or pointed in the direction of travel, with the port wing towards the Earth, which will provide a dump plane for the upcoming supply water dump that will avoid any potential water contamination of LDEF in the payload bay of Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, if you concur, we'd like the payload bay cameras to get some MLE data.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston. This live television coming from the payload bay cameras aboard Columbia. This black and white camera under the control of the Instrumentation and Communications Officer here in the Flight Control Room, as Columbia crosses the eastern coast of the African continent and tracks out over the Indian Ocean. There are some wide-scale thunderstorms in the area, and in support of the mesoscale lightning experimenters, we're taking a look earthward to watch for wide-scale lightning in the upper atmosphere. The occasional flashes on the on your monitor are indications of thunderstorm activity below.
Columbia, Houston, we're about a minute and a half from LOS. We'll see you on the west side at 5:58.
Okay, we'll see you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're just passing out of range of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East, and we're also broadcasting again on Satcom F2R after leaving the satellite viewers for just some time to bring in some live downlink television from the black and white cameras in Columbia's payload bay looking earthward in support of the mesoscale lightning experimenters watching for some thunderstorm activity in the atmosphere below. As we went over the hill and lost signal, crew aboard Columbia was conducting a maneuver to place Columbia's belly towards a velocity vector, providing for a desired water dump plane. That is, in order to purge water from the supply tank B of Columbia in such a direction that it will not present any sort of danger for water contamination of the LDEF in the payload bay. Remaining in a nose north x-axis orientation, a simple roll maneuver, turning the orbiter from its payload bay to Earth attitude to its underside to the velocity vector attitude, just about reaching completion. And that supply water dump should get underway very shortly. It's about a 50-minute dump, dumping supply tank B from about 80% full to 10%. As the crew aboard Columbia continues to tidy and secure their vehicle for the sleep shift, we should be acquiring signal again through the western satellite in about 7.5 minutes at 6 days, 5 hours, and 49 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event will be a replay of some of the highlights of Flight Day 7 activities on orbit. That replay coming up here in just a couple of minutes at 12:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're taking S-band telemetry again through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System here. We'll interrupt live coverage of the STS-32 mission in order to bring you these replays, which will last about 12 minutes.
Houston, Columbia.
Roger, go ahead, Columbia. We just got the downlink.
Play from the treadmill.
Columbia, Houston, finally with you on TDRS West.
Roger, Houston. Weatherby is 10 minutes from starting this treadmill for the high wrap, and when it's convenient with you, I'm ready to do the cable positioning.
Roger, stand by, Dan. We'll check.
Correction to that, I've just been informed they don't need it now. They're going to do the high wrap when I run, which will be a little bit later.
Roger that. We'll hold on the recorder. And Columbia, Houston, Dan, you have a go for antenna cable repositioning, and we have some cryo reconfiguration numbers when you're ready.
Okay, just a second. And Houston, the reason for waiting with the high wrap is the zone isn't quite where they need it yet, so they're going to wait. Wexby's going to run, and then when I get ready to run, the zone should be just about right. And I'm ready to copy whatever you got.
Okay, Dan, that sounds good on the high wrap, and we'll just stand by for your call. And post fuel solve purge, we'd like you to configure the cryo O2 and H2, tank 1, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches to auto. Tank 2, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches off. And tank 3, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches to auto. And we'd like O2 and H2 manifold valves, tank 1, 2 switches closed with the talkbacks closed. And on A11, we'd like cryo tanks 4 and 5, O2, tank 4 and tank 5, 2 switches to off. And tank 4, 5, heaters H2, tank 4 and 5A and tank 4, 5B, those 2 switches off.
Okay, Houston, after the fuel cell purge, you want O2, H2, tank 1, Alpha and Bravo auto, tank 2, Alpha and Bravo off, tank 3, Alpha and Bravo auto, O2, H2 manifold, tank 1 close, talkback close, and on A11, you want cryo tank 4 and cryo tank 5, O2 off, and H2 4/5 Alpha and 4/5 Bravo, H2 off.
That's affirmative. Good readback, Dan. Thanks. Columbia, Houston with an upcoming IMAX opportunity.
Okay, Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Dan, if you got somebody that can do this, and if you have interior film loaded in the camera, the IMAX folks would like a 30-second shot of lightning over Africa on the upcoming pass using a 110 lens at an f-stop of f2, and they'd like that shot to be oblique.
Okay, Houston, is there a lot of reported lightning there? It's going to take a reloading of the camera. We got exterior loaded right now, but we'll give it a whirl if there's a good chance of getting some.
And Dan, we've seen a large number of storms in Africa here. Weather guys are saying it looks good for that. If you have time to do it and you don't mind reloading, that'd be good.
Okay, we'll give it a whirl. Thanks.
Columbia, Houston, need to stand by on the maneuver back to attitude until the dump is completed.
Roger, Houston, I was just in the process of undoing what I'd done.
Okay, sorry.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA select.
With your concurrence, we'd like to take the payload bay cameras.
Go ahead.
Enough said. We're planning to bring some live television down from the payload bay of Columbia. And it was scheduled at 1:35, but with some good KU band coverage, we plan to bring that down a little sooner. This is Mission Control Houston. Guidance Navigation Control Officer here in the Flight Control Room reports that telemetry shows Columbia moving back to the minus ZLV attitude, placing the bay towards the Earth, and the configure in which Columbia will remain throughout the sleep shift. Now taking live television from the color camera in the payload bay of Columbia as Columbia approaches the west coast of the South American continent on orbit 100. Columbia currently in the midst of a roll maneuver back to the minus ZLV attitude, placing the payload bay directly towards the Earth.
Columbia, Houston for Bonnie on FEA.
Go ahead, Houston.
And Bonnie, we had an indication down here that looked like the power went off of the FEA heater, and we thought we ought to give you a heads up and see if you had some words on that.
Yes, I just turned the heater down. We had a zone which was established, but Dan's not yet on the treadmill, and it was starting to propagate even at the lower power setting halfway through the single crystal. So rather than risk losing the single crystal, I turned the heater off. I'm letting the zone recede, and we'll try to maintain it slightly outside the heater width until Dan goes through AFE.
Okay, Bonnie, I understand all that. Appreciate it.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Yeah, I was in the process of bringing it up gradually to see where exactly I could establish that smaller zone before we got ready for data.
Roger that, Bonnie, and everybody down here agrees with what you're doing, so we'll just follow along. Columbia, Houston, with a number of flight notes for you before we sign off for tonight.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, I guess in general, we're thinking that IMU-1 is still looking good. We haven't seen any reoccurrence of that, but we would like to deselect IMU-1 for the night. And we're also thinking that that HMSEP A is really not any worse than it was before, so our plan is to continue on as we had. But we would like to know whether or not you were able to rig up a towel down there to wick up some of that water that we anticipate is going to continue to come out of HMSEP A. And the ECOMs also want to give you a go to depress the supply water tanks at your discretion. And they also ask that if we get any more water out of the HMSEPs that you not secure the HMSEP until you check with us. And the concern there is that we load up the HMSEP if the water ends up accumulating in that, and we may end up tripping a breaker. Also, we've got a reconfiguration of the ohms heaters for you. On panel A14, we'd like the left and right ohms pod heaters, B heaters off, and the A heaters to auto. And also, we'd like a repress of the right ohms at your discretion. And if you could, we'd like a update of a few more of the secondaries. The ones that we're missing on the scorecard is AFE, L cubed, and IMAX. And we'd also like a read down of the shuttle particle monitor LCDs.
Okay, Steve. Here goes. We'll deselect IMU-1. On the HMSEP IFM, Dan rigged up a towel in front of HMSEP alpha exit cone, and the towel resides inside of a plastic bag, so it'll be easier for us to take care of the water if there is any that ever comes out again. And it's taped in front of that, and it does have airflow to exit. We can depress the supply water tanks at our convenience. If we have any HMSEP problems in the future, we won't turn off the HMSEP before checking with you. Left and right ohms pod. Heaters B off, A auto. We'll repress the right ohms. Tonight I'll use the A reg if that's okay with you. Let's see, I'll give you a reading of the SPM. L cubed had another pretty good day. We had about just a second. Had 5 runs on targets. A couple of them were on targets that we got yesterday just for comparison, and one of them was within 600ths of a degree. Other ones were pretty good also when we compared them against the charts, and it looks like it's working pretty well. One of them was about 1,800 nautical miles off, and one of them got no solution. IMAX today, we shot one complete outside roll magazine. And we're going to try for the Lightning with the indoor film if we can get it. Bonnie and David got AFEs while they were in the LBNP. I got my AFE prior to the treadmill, and Dan is in the process of receiving his AFE at this time. And let me go get the SPM numbers for you, and I guess if you asked for any other secondary, I missed it.
Now, Jim, it sounds like you got it all. The A-reg for the repress is just fine with us, and we copied 5 L-cubed runs with various amounts of success, and 1 exterior mag on IMAX, and you're going to give a shot on this Lightning coming up here in Africa with the interior.
And a quickie on the film test report. I shot a film test for 2, 3, and 4, and then never saw the flight deck again. We'll try to do better tomorrow.
Roger that, Marcia. I understand film test for 2, 3, and 4. Thanks. In Columbia, Houston, one other item for you to consider. Tomorrow's flight plan is going to look pretty much like what you had today. And the only thing that we are unsure of is what time you'd prefer for the crew preference downlink TV.
Okay, we'll think about that, and I guess we'll let you know either tonight or tomorrow morning.
In Columbia, Jim, planning shift, if they don't hear from you tonight, they'll put it on the schedule, but we'd be glad to readjust for you tomorrow morning. I guess the only other open thing that we need besides the SPM numbers, Dan had asked about the weather for that IMAX Himalayan opportunity on Rev 104, and that's your call on whether or not you do that in the middle of your sleep period, but the weather looks pretty good for that opportunity. We need exterior film on that, and unfortunately you just loaded the interior, so again, that's your call. The opportunity that we sent you in the execute package on Rev 105 for the Great Barrier Reef, weather is forecast to be no-go, so don't bother to get up early for that one.
Okay. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Well, we made a go at the Lightning, but I think we got some on the first shot, probably obscured by lights in the cockpit. And the second time we turned the camera on, the Lightning went away.
Okay, nice try. We really appreciate the effort.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Jim.
The SPM mini RAM reads decimal 00, and the data logger reads 0.008. 0.008.
Roger that, Wex.
I guess I should have just said the same as yesterday, huh?
Roger, it does look awful familiar, doesn't it? And Columbia, we're going to be going LOS on Indy here in about a minute or so. We'll pick you up on the other side on the West Idris at 7:35.
Copy that, and Dan is 10 minutes away from the treadmill.
Roger, we copy, and we'll be ready when we see you on the other side.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event is a playback of some Earth views taken from Columbia during this last orbit. We passed out a range of TDRS just a couple of minutes ago and will be acquiring signal through the western satellite, but without any prospects for television from the vehicle due to KU blockage for the next 20 minutes or so. We thought we'd take this time to bring you satellite viewers a replay of some live downlink television brought down on orbit 100. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That press briefing is scheduled to begin at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time and originate from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Once again, our next NASA Select television event, a post-shift press briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time, 6 days, 7 hours, and 56 minutes. The planning team here in the flight control room in the course of debriefing with their predecessors and handing over from the Orbit 2 team. Our next NASA Select television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves, coming up on the hour at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we think Dan should probably just have finished up on the treadmill, and we know you're still finishing up FEA. But we're just turning over Orbit 2 to planning. We've enjoyed working with you, and we'll see you tomorrow. And we've already talked about the plan for tomorrow some, and we think that we can easily let you sleep in an extra half hour. So wake up won't go until about 15:30.
That sounds great. I think we'll all take advantage of that.
You guys had a big day. Nice recovery from a couple of problems. Congratulations on another good day, and we'll talk with you tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see you then. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing is upcoming momentarily. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 8 hours, 40 minutes. The planning team now on station here in the control center after taking handover from the Orbit 2 team. We're now taking some views of a graphic put together by the Mission Operations Support Laboratory here at the Johnson Space Center. And that was put together with help from the RTDS, or the Real-Time Data Systems folks. And this graphic is the DEMOS, which stands for Distributed Earth Model Orbital Simulation. It shows the orbiter in its current attitude, and it's fed by real-time data from the control center. As Columbia passes out into the South Atlantic between South America and Africa. Now just crossing the terminator into darkness on the descending node of orbit 101. And with that, our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 7 activities. That replay is scheduled for 6 days, 8 hours, 55 minutes mission elapsed time. Or that translates to 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, about 15 minutes from now. And that replay will last for about 12 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by to switch the satellite and hopefully take some downlink from Columbia as it begins orbit 102 over Africa, and take some, hopefully get some shots of lightning for the MLE project. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now taking payload bay views from Columbia as the vehicle passes over the continent of Africa. Columbia is now orbiting at an altitude of 178 nautical miles, now circling the Earth every 91 minutes, 17.8 seconds. NASA Select now being originating from the Johnson Space Center, and we will be going to that replay of Flight Day 7 activities shortly. We held off on that for a few moments so that we could take that downlink from Columbia, and that activity, that replay of activities will begin momentarily. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 9 hours, 14 minutes. We have just acquired signal with Columbia through the western satellite and are beginning the descending node of orbit 102. The planning shift now on station and beginning to prepare messages which will be uplinked to the crew when they wake up. And it was earlier mentioned that because of the later start on the day, the crew was kept up a little later to complete the day's activities in the flight plan, and therefore have been granted an extra half-hour sleep for tonight. The earlier anomaly on the planning shift last night with IMU number 1, transient bite on that IMU has not been seen since, and that IMU is working properly at this time. However, just as a precaution, the flight controllers have deselected that IMU for the sleep cycle, and however it will continue to run, allowing controllers to monitor it here on the ground, but the IMU has been deselected, and therefore if a transient does hit that IMU sometime during the sleep shift, it won't sound an alarm aboard the vehicle and wake the crew. It was reported during the handover from the Orbit 2 team to the planning team that Columbia now has put cryos tanks 4 and 5 to bed for the duration of the mission, and we are now using the cryo out of tank 3. Columbia is flying with 5 cryo sets for the first time since it flew STS-9 back in 1983. That was the Space Lab 1 mission, and that in fact was the longest shuttle mission that has been flown to date, and that mission lasted 10 days, 7 hours. A nominal end of mission for STS-32 will put Columbia in second place with the second longest mission duration. So with about 4 days left in the mission, there is quite a bit of cryo left for the mission, and there are certainly no concerns whatsoever with that. Earlier today, the crew reported cleaning up a little more water around the humidity separator A. B has been deselected because of a leak detected in that earlier in the flight. A continues to work very smoothly, however, on the planning shift, and controllers believe that it's a possibility that due to the high activity during the wake periods creates a little more water in that humidity separator, causing it to lose a little bit of water in the equipment bay. As another precaution, the crew has rolled a towel around the area where they think the small leak is in HumSep A, and to catch any water during the sleep shift this evening. However, on the last several nights, when the crew does wake up, they have witnessed that there has been no water accumulation during their sleep shift. During the evening, we expect that we hope to get some additional mesoscale lightning experiment passes as we pass through the darkness over South America and over Africa. However, looking at the weather radar, most of the poor weather activity in Africa is on the lower part, and Columbia's orbit, as it begins orbit 103, will take it a little higher than any thunderstorm activity. On orbit 104 and 105, Columbia will pass directly over South America, and as with the last several nights, we expect that we may get some thunderstorm activity there, be able to take some lightning strikes and see that with Columbia's payload bay cameras in support of that experiment. So thus far, it's been a very successful mission for that experiment due to the extra heavy cloud cover around the globe. Commander Dan Brandenstein several days ago mentioned that it was the most cloud cover he had remembered from his 2 previous flights. So as far as the planning shift goes this evening, it looks like a pretty routine evening of preparing messages and updates to the flight plan. As mentioned earlier, the crew will be waking up a half hour later. And this mission control, the new time on the crew wake up is expected to be about 10:05 p.m. this evening. It was previously scheduled for 9:35. We're allowing them an extra half hour of sleep due to the extra activity that they had to do because they got a slow start on the timeline this morning. Other than that, it's expected to be a pretty nominal shift here on the planning shift this evening. We're now at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 9 hours, 23 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be some unscheduled shuttle television taken down from Columbia, and that will come down at about 4:39 p.m. Central Standard Time, or a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 10 hours, 4 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. NASA Select will be dropped through the NASA ground terminal shortly to take some downlink from Columbia, some Earth views hopefully, and if there is any lightning as we pass across the terminator here in a few moments, we will try to get some thunderstorm activity in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment. Again, standing by to take some downlink from Columbia. Broadcast of NASA Select will be dropped and will resume shortly. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now taking some payload bay views from Columbia as it passes over the South American continent. Just moments ago we were looking backward into the sun as Columbia passes into darkness. This view from camera B on the aft bulkhead of Columbia as it looks forward along the remote manipulator system arm, now panning down toward the ground. And this is Mission Control Houston. NASA Select is now back on the satellite, broadcasting audio and video simultaneously. All going very smoothly on the planning shift this evening as Columbia passes out into the South Atlantic off the east coast of South America. On the descending node of orbit 102. This is Mission Control Houston. Columbia now approaching the equator and the start of orbit 103. NASA Select will be interrupted shortly so that the Landsat folks can have the satellite for about an hour. Following that, we will come back, take the satellite to the NASA ground terminal at White Sands, and take some downlink of Columbia as it passes over South America once again. and take some Earth views for about 15 minutes. We'll then turn the satellite back over to the Landsat folks for an additional hour. And following that, we will be back on the satellite with NASA Select broadcasting live from the Mission Control Center here. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 10 hours, 23 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. NASA Select is now being transmitted live on SATCOM F2R, transponder 13. We'll be on the satellite now until about 16 minutes after the hour. That's about 10 minutes from now. And then we will take it away and take some downlink TV from Columbia's payload bay, hopefully to get some lightning in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment as Columbia passes into darkness over the South American continent. Following that downlink, which will last about 15 minutes, we will give the satellite back to the Landsat folks for an additional hour and 20 minutes, and then we'll come back here to the control center on NASA Select for coverage of the STS-32 mission. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now looking at some payload bay views of the Earth from Columbia as the vehicle passes over South America, Brazil to be exact, and we're seeing a number of lightning hits and thunderstorms as Columbia passes over, and this is good data for the folks supporting the mesoscale lightning experiment aboard Columbia. This is Mission Control Houston. The view we're looking at now is likely a number of cities that line the coastline of South America. The largest lighted site there is likely to be the city of Rio de Janeiro. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now taking some downlink photos from Columbia's payload bay as the orbiter passes out over the South American continent. Columbia just crossing the coastline in the Andes Mountains. And we are expecting to see some lightning activity over the continent as Columbia passes over. Though it's dark, it will be passing over the Amazon River Basin. And the weather radar shows some storm activity all the way across the continent, so we're standing by to hopefully get some lightning shots from Columbia's payload bay cameras. This is Mission Control Houston. We are taking some downlink again from Columbia's payload bay and are seeing some lightning hits across the continent of South America as Columbia passes over and now begins orbit 105. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now back on the satellite with NASA Select and Columbia just beginning orbit 105. Now passing into the Atlantic Ocean, about to cross the east coast of Africa, as you can see by this graphic. And with that, in about a minute and a half, we will be losing the satellite for the Landsat folks for one additional hour this evening. And when we come back, we hope to get some more TV as we approach orbit 106, again over South America. All continues to go well here on the planning shift. Very quiet. The orbiter is performing very well. And we're now about an hour and 55 minutes away from waking the crew to begin their Flight Day 8 activities. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 13 hours, 34 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control, Houston. NASA Select now broadcasting on SATCOM F2R transponder 13. The orbiter Columbia now beginning the ascending node of orbit 106, passing out into the Atlantic Ocean above South America, headed toward the west coast of Africa. Orbit 1 team members now filtering into the control center to take handover from the planning shift. We're now about 25 minutes away from waking the crew. However, that wake-up call might come during a loss of signal through the tracking data relay satellite east. And there's discussion on whether to wake the crew up early or wait until after the acquisition of signal on the western satellite. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 7 activities. That replay lasts for about 12 minutes and will begin at 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, about 5 minutes from now. There was a delay in getting that out. We had originally scheduled that for 9:30. However, the use of the satellite by the Landsat folks has pushed that back 15 minutes, and that will occur at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 15 hours, 10 minutes. Again, that will be upcoming in about 5 minutes. This is Mission Control. While awaiting the replay of Flight Day 7 activities, our next television event was scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle. However, that briefing has been canceled. Again, the change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle has been canceled. This is Mission Control, Houston. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 15 hours, 22 minutes. Columbia now over the northern part of Africa, on the ascending node of orbit 106. We're about 6 minutes, 55 seconds away from waking the crew. However, we're 7 minutes and 40 seconds away from losing signal with Columbia, so discussions are to whether or not to wake them up before or save that until we get acquisition on the western satellite. So at this time we're standing by to wake up the crew of Columbia to begin their Flight Day 8 activities. And meanwhile, the Orbit 1 team is in handover from the planning team, and we'll stand by for the crew wake up. This is Mission Control, Houston. We're now about 5.5 minutes from acquiring signal on the western satellite with Columbia. At the time we acquire the signal, we expect to be able to send up some wake-up music to the crew to jump start them on their Flight Day 8 activities. This is Mission Control, Houston. We're now about 30 seconds away from acquiring signal through the tracking and data relay satellite and standing by to wake up the crew of Columbia to begin their Flight Day 8 activities.
Good morning, Columbia.
Good morning, Buffaloes.
Columbia, Houston, all the morning mail's on board. You don't need to clear the star table at 1540. The first activity is in about 20 minutes. A repress of the water tanks to get ready for some water dumps.
Okay, the mail's on board. We're going to work.
This is Mission Control, Houston, at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 15 hours.
Columbia, while you guys are going work, to work. The planning shift's going home. We're going to leave you in the gentle hands of Tammy and the Orbit 1 team.
Okay, thanks a lot. I guess we didn't get to spend much time with you, but thanks for the extra few moments of sleep. Appreciated, I think, by everyone on board.
You're welcome.
And obviously for all the effort you folks have put into the flight plan for today and all the morning mail, although we haven't looked through it yet, there's quite a stack here, and I'm sure a lot of work went into getting that already, and we appreciate it. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that, the planning team turns over the flight control of STS-32 to the Orbit 1 team, and led by Flight Director Al Pennington. The wake-up music this morning was in honor of Mission Specialist Marcia Ivins. The wake-up music was Glory, Glory, Colorado, which was by the University of Colorado Marching Band. And Marcia was a graduate in Bachelor of Science degree in Aerospace Engineering in 1973. And her response when called was, "Good morning, Buffaloes," and that's in reference to the nickname for the University of Colorado. So the planning team turns a very good shape orbiter over to the Orbit 1 team. And we're at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 15 hours, 45 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we have some words on your IMU line when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Houston.
Dan, we're going to have y'all skip this morning's alignment. We see less than 1/10 of a degree misalignment in all three IMUs. Also, you have a go to reselect IMU 1, and we'll continue to monitor its health throughout the day.
Okay, you said you don't need an alignment this morning, and we'll reselect IMU number 1. Thanks a lot.
You bet. Columbia, Houston, you have a go to repress the water tanks in preparation for the dump.
Okay, thanks.
Houston, Columbia with the morning bilge report.
Go ahead, Dan.
I don't believe to begin to understand this, but there is not a drop of water anywhere around the hubceps this morning.
Dan, we copy, and we have a few words for you on that. Stand by one.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, our ECOM has some rationale as to why you didn't expect to see water around the HUMSEP when you're ready to copy.
Okay, we're ready to copy.
Dan, the theory is that overnight the humidity input is low while the crew's asleep, and so there's less moisture input into the atmosphere, and HUMSEP A can keep up. However, during the day, as the humidity input increases, the HUMSEP bogs down, and that's why you get the water around the HUMSEP later.
Okay, that makes sense. The only delta to that, from our point of view, is that yesterday when we cleaned up, we had all the wet towels hanging around, and we had with both Jim and myself running, and everybody cleaning up in the evening. The place is covered with wet towels that the following morning are all dry and everything. And I guess from our point of view, we kind of thought that probably put so much or more humidity in the air, but that could be the reason.
And Dan, also the cabin temperature is down, so that's kind of helped HUMSEP A along too.
Okay, that probably all adds up. Thanks.
You bet.
This is Mission Control Houston at 6 days, 16 hours, 33 minutes. Mission elapsed time. Columbia is now on orbit 107 of the Earth. and traveling over southern Central America. The vehicle, as we see on NASA Select's representation of the orbiter's attitude, the vehicle has maneuvered to an attitude for accomplishing a supply water dump, and the crew has enabled the heaters that heat up the nozzles. Nozzle A is now at 115 degrees and nozzle B at 112. That's rising as we get ready to do that dump. We like to keep the nozzle tips hot when the water leaves the orbiter so that we don't develop any ice crystals on the outside nozzle ports. As with many of the attitudes that we take the orbiter to, this one is derived by some complex requirements. One of the foremost requirements that we're watching is the need to keep the long duration exposure facility in a proper thermal conditioning mode. What that means ultimately is that when we land, we want the mean bulk temperature of LDEF to be between 62 and 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so that the structure will be below the dew point of the landing site out at Edwards Air Force Base, California. This will prevent condensation on the structure. Shortly after Columbia lands, they will hook up hoses that will feed nitrogen into the payload bay. Of course, the doors are closed, and that nitrogen environment, or nitrogen purge as they call it, will cool it some more, but also will keep the air very dry. So the thermal requirements that we set up right after snagging LDEF last Friday morning have been designed so that by the end of the mission, taking into account a whole host of variables and different attitudes and different conditions, by the end of the mission, the net result will have been to have LDEF at a mean bulk temperature of 62 to 64 degrees Fahrenheit. One of the other things that we're trying to do is protect the side of LDEF that was in the velocity vector, the front side of LDEF, if you can imagine it, that was scooping through the busy particles of atomic oxygen out in the upper wisps of Earth's atmosphere, plowing through those for 5.5 years. We'd like to keep that environment on that side of LDEF pristine. So there's considered to be a clean side and a dirty side, if you will, and the dirty side we'd like to keep the same so that we can study that once it's on the ground. So another one of the considerations in determining the orbiter's attitude is to make sure that we don't ply that side of the spacecraft with atomic oxygen. This is why we've been flying for the most part with the wings in the velocity vector and the attitudes that we've chosen. One other consideration in how we set up to do the water dump is another one of the things that we've been making sure we keep a handle on is how to combine all of those with the other requirement we have for dumping water. We like to, whenever we dump water from the shuttle, we like to have it go behind the orbiter so that it doesn't recontact with the vehicle, and also so that it will essentially be sprayed out of the nozzle. And as we as we go on to explain these many wonders of the orbiter, we're told that it's so wonderful. In fact, we're about to lose our satellite so that we can turn it around and take some video, we hope, from Columbia to look at the water dump in progress. When we're back on Select, we'll continue with this scintillating discussion. It's Mission Control Houston. This unscheduled television from Columbia comes to us from camera A. The payload bay is pointed to space as the vehicle has maneuvered for the water dump attitude. We're also getting some thermal conditioning under our belts for the long duration exposure facility. And so what we're seeing with this camera, the dots of light are celestial objects. The twinkling that we see stretching across the center part of the screen from left to right, are the ice particles formed when the water from the supply tank has been dumped overboard. And then the sunlight refracts against those ice crystals and we get this effect. Depending on the lighting angles, this can be spectacular and can indeed even be viewed from Earth if Columbia passes over at the right time of day or night. Usually a water dump like this is best viewed when the vehicle passes over an observer's spot on the planet a few minutes before or a few minutes after sunrise or sunset. And one dump in particular that all of us here in Houston remember watching was outstanding. Absolutely a spectacular sight from the Earth. This view is from Delta camera, the D camera in the forward payload bay. On the starboard side, it's looking out across the payload bay. And in this view, in the darkness,
Ku-band antenna kill positioning when you're ready.
Stand by, Wex. We'll give you a call when we're ready.
Thank you.
in this view we can see the shoulder of the robot arm. It's Mission Control Houston. We're having a couple of different events happen here. First of all, the orbiter Columbia is coming into sunrise over Africa. So we're seeing an orbital sunrise while at the same time we're dumping out of one of the supply tanks, and we're seeing that dump in progress as we pass out over northeastern Africa on orbit 107. Correction, northwestern Africa, orbit 107. When the supply and water particles, or when the supply tank and wastewater tank water is dumped overboard, of course, it instantly freezes into countless ice crystals, and that's what we're seeing here.
Columbia, Houston, we have some real-time downlink of your water dump. Looks great.
Quite a show, isn't it?
You bet.
And Tammy, for the flight planning people, we got a request.
We're ready to copy your request.
As you recall, things were kind of hectic yesterday, and we didn't get our crew preference TV downlink in, and it looks to us like everybody's kind of free to do what we'd like to do about 23:15, and if in that time frame there's a half hour of TV downlink CCTV from the cabin available, we probably could make use of it.
Dan, we'll take a look and get back with you.
Appreciate it, thanks.
In this view from Columbia, we see several things happening. We see the payload bay pointed toward the Earth. We saw for a moment there the orbiter passing out over Africa, and could see the water particles as they left the orbiter trailing behind. The idea there is we would spray the nozzles in that direction so these things don't recontact against the ship and mess up optics and structures and substances of various sorts. We're also, in this attitude, allowing ourselves to accomplish some thermal conditioning for the long-duration exposure facility. We're going to stay in this attitude for both a supply dump and then back-to-back, we'll be dumping some water out of a waste tank, and that'll give approximately an hour in this deep space pointing position for the purposes of helping out the thermal conditioning on LDEF. Mission Control Houston, that concludes our downlink from Columbia on this rev across Africa. We're going to be taking the TDRS voice comm.
Columbia, Houston, we're about 3 minutes from TDRS LOS. We're going to have an early LOS on this pass because we need to reboot the central computer at White Sands, and we'll see you back on the west side at 17:25.
Okay, we'll see you there.
And Dan, just an early reminder, we'd like you to remain at water dump attitude until sunrise due to LDEF thermal constraints.
Does that mean you want us to terminate the water dump at sunrise?
Negative. Your wastewater dump that you'll be performing following your supply water dump, we'd like for you to just remain at that attitude until the timeline call out at about 1825 when you go back to minus the LV.
Okay, we're going to remain in this dump attitude until both dumps are done and return to minus CLV at the flight plan time.
That's affirmed, Dan.
It's Mission Control Houston. The supply dump has now been terminated. The crew will shortly begin closing some valves and preparing for a waste tank water dump, and that'll be coming up shortly. At the conclusion of that, by the time it does conclude, they will have gone already back to the position we've been in, the attitude we've been in for most of this flight, which is payload bay to Earth, and wing into the velocity vector, nose north. We'll be handing over early, or in fact we'll be losing the comm coverage of TDRS early because we're going to hand it back to the White Sands ground station, NASA ground station at White Sands, so that they may do some troubleshooting on the central computer there. It'll give us a total loss of signal period of about 24 minutes, which is certainly something we're used to. We have had that for many, many missions in the shuttle program, and only recently have begun to get accustomed to a 2 TDRS world. So we'll be handing down to them. We'll speak to the crew again at about 6 days, 17 hours, and 25 minutes mission elapsed time. It's Mission Control Houston. We have just concluded taking some television from Colombia on this pass across Africa. We've been looking at a supply water tank dump. And we're also going to go into a loss of signal period just a bit early so that we can do some troubleshooting on the ground out at White Sands, where the NASA ground terminal is for the TDRS constellation. During the handover between the planning and Orbit 1 teams,
Houston, we sent a new orbiter state vector.
and we have lost signal through TDRS East. During the handover between Orbit 1 and the planning team, the briefing showed that not a whole lot has changed with the status of Columbia's systems. All appear to be in good shape. The number 1 inertial measurement unit that had a problem yesterday was deselected during the sleep shift, not because it showed any new funnies, only just to protect against the possibility of it having another problem and waking the crew. This morning when the crew got up, the condition of the IMUs was such that there was no need to do a new alignment, and the number 1 inertial measurement unit was reselected and booted up into the system, so all 3 are up and operating and everything is kosher there. One of the things we're beginning to look at now at this stage in the flight are all the different details that have to be paid attention to set up right conditions for landing. And one of those is a bit complex. It has to do with the thermal conditioning for the long duration exposure facility, how we can best accomplish that, what it then means for the way in which we close the doors, how we turn on the heat rejection equipment so that we can keep the orbiter cooled, and what sort of cooling we have employed as the orbiter comes home. The end idea, the net effect that we're looking for, is to have LDEF at a temperature in the payload bay that's below the dew point out at Edwards on landing morning, so that we don't risk getting any condensation on LDEF. And that then sets up a whole host of things that play into it. One of those is that it may be necessary to turn on the ammonia spray boilers, which help cool the orbiter. And it may be necessary to turn those on a bit early on this flight as opposed to how we normally do it, all of which means that those ammonia cooling systems have a limited lifetime. Once they start operating, they normally can generate sufficient cooling for 50 minutes to an hour, and that is accomplished by turning them on just a few moments before we land and letting them run while the orbiter sits on the ground and awaits the hookup to the cooling equipment out at Edwards. Well, in this case, we are looking at the possibility. Don't know that we'll be in that posture yet, but we are looking at having to turn them on a bit early as a part of the procedure to help out LDEF. And the net effect of that could be the need to do a power down once the orbiter has landed, and that would simply be shutting down unnecessary electrical equipment that creates a heat load and draws the juice out of the ammonia cooling system. That could involve doing a power down of the general purpose computers as soon as we land, and some of the other of the big ticket items for generating heat. So if you should hear commentary to that effect that we have done a power down after we've landed, it'll be because of that. We don't know yet that that's going to be the case, but we're looking at it. Columbia's orbit right now is 180 by 175 nautical miles. We're looking at the way we're going to balance the ship and all the fluids aboard so that we set up the right conditions for the center of gravity to be in the right place on Columbia for entry. And so there will be a lot of fluids flowing through various plumbing lines as we bounce it back and forth all over the orbiter to get it in the right place and get the weight just right. The inspection of Edwards Lake bed today, they have had some rain out there. The forecast for the end of the week is good. We expect to have good conditions for landing, and our primary landing runway will be the concrete. But just in case, we like to look at the lake bed, and right now it's got a couple of places that are wet and damp and a little soft. Runway 23 is red right now, and red is our term for not usable. 23 is red, expected to be damp and soft. 15 also is red, has standing water on it. Runways 17 and 22 on the lake bed, the ones we normally use, are okay, but they're recommending that for a Friday landing on runway 17, they may want to come down a little short of the normal touchdown point, just because there's water out at the end of that runway. So if they want to preserve a good healthy rollout margin, they may come down a little bit short of the normal threshold, which presents no problem. Most of the work here this morning is in looking at the long duration exposure facility, where we're going with that. They're going to be doing some FEA sample work today, also the lower body negative pressure experiment. The crew went to bed 2.5 hours late last night after a fairly packed day of mid-deck experiment work. They got up a half an hour late this morning. They're doing the two back-to-back water dumps. And also Marcia Ivins will get some time on the robot arm today as she does another one of the pre-programmed surveys of the ship with that arm in order to get some time on it. Bonnie Dunbar accomplished the survey that we had planned for yesterday. We're also planning to update you on where the IMU systems are standing. Those inertial measurement units, of course, got some attention over the last day or so because of a hit we took on IMU number 1, and we'll come up and talk about that in 5 or 10 minutes and give you some time to think about that and get ready for it. At 6 days, 17 hours, 12 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston. About another 6 minutes remaining before we'll reacquire through TDRS and talk again to the Columbia crew. Having a little longer loss of signal period than normal, so we can do a little computer troubleshooting out at White Sands, and we should be back online shortly. In the meantime, we thought we might talk a little bit about the status of the inertial measurement units and try to offer a little insight into what's going on in that system. We warn you from the outset that it's a complicated system, and for the layperson, this commentator included, it can get a bit murky. Essentially, what happened on the sleep shift of yesterday when an alarm went off and woke the crew. And this is Mission Control. We've had indeed an early handover to Tidris, so we'll stand by to reestablish comm with the crew shortly. At any rate, what happened when the crew was awakened by the alarm with the inertial measurement unit, we recorded what are called transients. There were some unexpected and unusual spikes in the trends that we watch on the way the different accelerometers record motion.
Columbia Houston, we're back with you through Tidris. How do you read?
Loud and clear.
And Dan, just to give you a few more words of background on why we wanted to make sure you stated the water dump attitude until the time to maneuver back to minus ZLV called out in the timeline. Typically, you've been ending your water dumps during daylight, and so we're anxious for you to get back to minus ZLV to avoid sun in the bay. However, this time we're ending the dump during the nighttime pass, and so we'd like you to remain at the deep space attitude.
Okay, copy, thanks.
It's Mission Control. Houston, we understand there's a good possibility that we may be able to acquire some television as we pass out over Australia. So in the event that happens, we would be turning our satellite around to receive that. Commentary would not be available on NASA Select. We'll get back with you after that downlink, and we'll discuss the IMU situation. They're all doing very well, and all three IMUs are up and operating. We'll offer as much explanation as we can find to this point about where they are, how they work, and what it all means as soon as we conclude this downlink. 6 days, 17 hours, 23 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. It's Mission Control, Houston. Columbia is now passing over the western coast of Australia on orbit 107 of the Earth. And this view is coming to us from the Delta camera, the color camera in the payload bay.
Houston, Columbia, I've got an FEA sample 7 status for you.
Dave, we're ready to copy.
Okay, Tammy, terminations number 1 and number 2 are complete on that. We ran it last night while Dan was running on the treadmill. We had a heater translation start time of 6 days, 7 hours, and 40 minutes. We ran it the entire time that Dan was running, had the HISS on for 40 minutes. The heater power, while we were translating, was about 44 watts. And the molten zone was, I'm just guessing now, about, say, 5/16 of an inch in front of the heater element and a little bit greater than an inch behind the heater element. And I guess as in the past ones that we've seen up here, you could still see all the striations on the sample itself, and you could tell the molten zone actually by the undulating while Dan was running on the treadmill. It was pretty dramatic.
Dave, we copy. Thanks.
Well, that's certainly true, and hopefully we'll be able to see another dump here. Looking out the window, I still don't see it. I guess we're on the wrong side of the terminator.
Copy, Wex.
Sure is a lot more colorful up here than from the pictures I saw before we came up here.
Roger that. Columbia, Houston, we have good ECG downlink.
we copy.
Houston, Columbia, are you receiving good OBS data now?
That's affirmed, Dave.
Okay, we're a couple minutes from starting now.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 18 hours, 5 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia is now on orbit 108 about the Earth, about to pass out over Central America on this rev. And we've just concluded a weather briefing here in Mission Control to take a look at how weather looks for the 3 primary landing sites around the continental United States.
Started the 10-minute control period.
Copy, Dave. Beginning the 10-minute control period.
Aboard Columbia, work has begun a few minutes ago on today's first run with the lower body negative pressure experiment. Bonnie Dunbar is the test subject for that this morning. The weather looks pretty favorable for end of mission landing requirements for Tuesday. Edwards looks okay. Northrop looks okay. Kennedy looks okay. On Wednesday, Edwards weather is beginning to look a little bleak with the possibility of moisture and some clouds in that area. Northrop could have some winds and perhaps crosswind out of limit conditions on some of the runways. KSC looks good under high pressure for Wednesday opportunities. On Thursday, Edwards should see some drying out, and there should be some cloudiness, but generally good visibility there. On at Northrop, the overcast should continue with rain, snow within 30 miles. And at KSC, the high should be moving offshore on Thursday, but generally good conditions still prevailing on Friday. The day we're looking for to land at Edwards Air Force Base, we expect to be in the midst of good weather. There is another Pacific front out on the horizon, but that's expected not to affect the Edwards weather until after Saturday. At least that's the forecast at this point. Northrop doesn't look too good for Friday. KSC continues to remain in a pretty good favorable condition for landing. Also, we were going to talk a little bit about inertial measurement units. The situation with those is that they're all healthy at this point. They've been doing a great deal of data reduction since yesterday's event with inertial measurement unit number 1, where one of the accelerometers that feeds a reading of velocity in the y-axis took several transient hits, as they're called. And it turns out that in the truest sense of the word transient, the engineers here believe that's what they're seeing on the data from that unit. They reviewed the events on a data playback against various bench tests, previous flight operations experience, and also against a database they use that lists all flight anomalies, and they've seen nothing that indicates a pattern or a trend that would shed light on what we noticed on that unit the other day. And so they think that they truly are dealing with just a transient event. Now, what kind of transient event? Well, what happened was each inertial measurement unit measures...
Columbia, Houston, we have some words for you on your crew preference for TV downlink.
Okay, Houston, go ahead.
Dan, looks like we're going to be in the clear for a good TV downlink at an MET of 2322 through 2338. And you will be go for a crew preference TV downlink between those times.
Okay, Houston, then we'll change our plan. We will use that and probably have Jim Weatherby give a little show and tell on L cubed and MLE. Somewhere there, we'd like about 30 minutes where we have the whole crew available and to do one of the things we kind of had planned.
Dan, we'll take a look and we'll get back with you.
Okay, but if it doesn't work out today, we will utilize that time you have there for us to what I just just suggested with Jim. Otherwise, if you can stretch that another 15 minutes, we'll do the other one thing we had planned.
Okay, Dan, the problem is just that we'll be in blockage at 23:38, so the 16 minutes was the best we could do, commensurate with your recommended time of 23:15.
Yeah, that's all. That's all right. That's why I called, just to see what we could coordinate and stuff. And
but we'll take a look for a longer KU pass and get back with you.
Okay, thanks.
Mission Control Houston, to continue a bit with our discussion of inertial measurement units, the problem that we detected in IMU number 1 had to do with some functions of that piece of gear, and for all the IMUs aboard, all of them are set up so that they can measure both the attitude of the vehicle and the accelerations in different axes. And the y-axis is the one that had high accelerometer transient readings, and that caused the redundancy management software aboard the ship to say that that didn't look good, so it deselected the inertial measurement unit. When it deselected IMU-1, that then set off an alarm in the cabin that woke up at least Dan Brandenstein, who had to fire up a cathode ray tube and call it up and take a look and see what the problem was. We talked to him and told him we thought we understood it. We turned it off, and he should go back to sleep. Following morning, we turned it back on, the inertial measurement unit, reselected it, did an IMU alignment, and it has been functioning well with no problems since that time. We noted that there have been some difficulties for a lot of people, and they're not alone in understanding the sometimes tough science and engineering theory behind how these IMUs work. One of the things that has been talked about is that the problem was in Columbia's computers, or that a computer failed aboard the Columbia. Well, actually, IMUs aren't computers. They have microprocessors built into the equipment that supports them, but along that line there are something like thousands, perhaps as many as 10,000 microprocessors aboard any of our space shuttle orbiters. In that sense, they could all be called computers. But when NASA folks speak of computers, they're talking about the 5 general-purpose computers that do much of the thinking, analysis, and data reduction for the orbiter systems. So the problem with IMU number 1, first of all, was not a computer failure in any sense. It simply was a successful execution of what the computers are supposed to do when they see a problem in a system and they don't like the way it's operating. They deselect it and take it out of the lash up so that bad data won't get into the way the Columbia senses where she is in celestial space and at what velocity she's traveling. One of the reasons IMUs are complicated and the science behind them a little hard to understand is that they have to be aligned to allow for an understanding of the vehicle's position, and they have to do so aboard a vehicle that travels in and out of gravity fields. It leaves the surface of the Earth, travels into the microgravity environment of space, and the presence or absence of gravity is not a constant. It changes depending on relationships to various celestial objects, including the Earth. And so they're really in the area of space that Columbia is traveling in, the low Earth orbit. There really is no such thing as 0G. It's really micro G. And the inertial measurement units have to be able to function with those varying constants. So oftentimes the way they are aligned does not necessarily correlate to the way the Columbia's own axis system is set up, where X is frontwards and backwards and like that. The system right now, of course, is healthy and in good shape, and they've done a lot of work to try to understand what they saw, and again, they think that it indeed was just a transient. One of the theories that has been proposed is that the accelerometer, or which is a device that simply measures a motion or a change in velocity, they believe that accelerometer in that y-axis may actually have had just a funny on the electronics which feed it, and that the hardware itself may not have any problems whatever. It's perhaps educational to understand that that these units are highly they're highly able to understand various motions that that come into play aboard the orbiter, in theory at least, and in practice, if someone is watching the data very carefully, it's possible, for instance, to know when a crew member pushes off from a mid-deck locker and floats up through the hatchway into the flight deck and lands in a seat, for instance, the pilot's seat or the commander's seat. The motion induced to the orbiter, as minute and small as it is, can be sensed by the accelerometers that feed data into the inertial measurement units. So, in theory, at least, you can tell when somebody pushes off. Some of the experiments that we have aboard Columbia now are intended to give us additional insight into how sensitive we are to disturbances in the motion and in the micro-G environment. Again, it's not a constant even aboard the orbiter. One reason, for instance, why during operation of the CNCR yesterday, Dave Lowe and Marcia Ivins had worked out a way for him to help steady her as she took various readings, so that she wasn't moving and inducing any kind of motion into the readings that were being taken at the time. And the IMUs are able to see that kind of thing and relay the data to the ground with extreme precision and very, very high fidelity. So we watch those units carefully because it's important for us to know what our navigational state is and what our position and velocity is. That all feeds into various systems that keep us in good shape, and IMUs are important units, just as fuel cells are, just as auxiliary power units are, just as main engines are. And so that is why they got a lot of attention.
Right now, and I've got a question.
Copy, Dave. Thanks.
Tammy, can you ask the proper folks if the fluid loading that we're supposed to do on this can be done with some drink other than water?
Dave will ask and get back with you.
Meanwhile, back aboard Columbia, the vehicle is passing now out over the central Atlantic. That was Dave Lowe calling down with a question on the procedures to be followed for this run they're doing this morning on the lower body negative pressure, with Bonnie Dunbar as the test subject. We're now at 6 days, 18 hours, 18 minutes mission elapsed time, and this is Mission Control, Houston.
Houston, Columbia, we're at the second stage in LBMP.
Copy, second stage. Columbia, Houston, we have an alternative to fluid loading with water when you're ready to copy.
Okay, Tammy, go ahead.
Dave, if you have any artificially sweetened drinks on board, you would be allowed to fluid load with those. However, we need for you not to drink anything with sugar or caffeine, which also means no orange juice, no grapefruit juice. The only alternative that we can come up with at this time is artificially sweetened drinks.
Okay, we'll use artificially sweetened drinks. Thanks, Tammy.
You bet.
It's Mission Control, Houston, 6 days, 18 hours, 25 minutes. Columbia now maneuvering back to the minus ZLV attitude, having spent the prescribed amount of time in a water dump slash long duration exposure facility thermal conditioning attitude with the payload bay pointed to space. Meanwhile, work continues on the middeck with the lower body negative pressure apparatus, and the crew was wondering if there was a way to do some of the loading necessary with a drink other than saline solution, essentially salt water. And they gave them a couple of possibilities.
Houston, we're at third stage of LBNP.
Copy third stage, Dave.
Mission Control, Houston, 6 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, mission elapsed time. This view with our computer graphics system here in Houston shows the Columbia's attitude in orbit right now on this passage across northwestern Africa, orbit 108. As we said, the orbiter is slowly maneuvering back to the minus ZLV position, and we can watch it happen here.
And Houston, we're on the fourth stage of LBNP.
Copy fourth stage.
And Houston, Bonnie's at fifth stage right now.
Copy fifth stage. Columbia, Houston, we've figured out a way to get you 30 minutes of KU coverage around mealtime. Let me know when you're ready to copy, and I'll give you a new attitude.
Okay, Houston, just a second.
Roger.
Okay, Tammy, go ahead.
Dan, we'll be pitching down about 30 degrees, and that should give you about 30 minutes of good TV downlink between METs of 2308 and 2338. You'll be using a target ID of 2, body vector 5, pitch 120, yaw 0, Omicron 9 and you'll want to initiate the maneuver at about 2300 hours.
Okay, that's great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You bet.
And Houston, Columbia, Bonnie's back down to 30 millimeters.
Copy. Columbia, Houston, we're about 2.5 minutes from LOS. See you on the west side at 1855.
Okay, see you then.
This Mission Control, Houston, as Columbia passes out off the coast of Africa over the Indian Ocean, here on orbit 108. We're almost a minute from loss of signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east. We'll pick up again at 6 days, 18 hours, and 55 minutes. And this is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through TDRS.
Roger, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, your Niger River Delta IMAX opportunity for orbit 109 looks doubtful due to weather.
Okay, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
How's our state vector for doing L cubed ops in about 40 minutes?
Wex will check. Columbia, Houston, we should have a new onboard state vector for you in about 15 minutes to support your L cubed opportunity.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Columbia, Houston, you have a new orbiter state vector on board.
Thank you.
Mission Control Houston at 6 days, 20 hours, 21 minutes mission elapsed time. We're now about 3.5 minutes from loss of signal through Tidris East. Columbia is passing out over Madagascar even as we speak. Crew has not been engaged in a whole lot of uplink and downlink chatter with Mission Control over the course of this rev. Bonnie Dunbar, of course, is involved in the lower body negative pressure runs for this morning. Dave Lowe helping her out on that. Dan Brandenstein and Jim Weatherby up topside. They've done a couple of water dumps today already this morning, as well as the various housekeeping things that go on with the orbiter. We also, a little while ago, sent up a state vector to help with the upcoming or the opportunities for the L3 experiment, the latitude-longitude locator. So Weatherby has been working with that.
We're 2.5 minutes from Tidris LOS. See on the west side at 2032.
Roger.
All systems continue to look very good aboard Columbia. No new anomalies of any type to report. We're now about 2 minutes remaining in this pass through Tidris, and this is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through Tidris. How do you read?
Loud and clear, Houston.
And we've got you loud and clear also.
And per the timeline at 2057, we'll be prepared to show you some LBNP stuff or about there.
And we'll look forward to that, Dan. Thanks.
It's Mission Control, Houston. We've reacquired through Tidris West, of course, and we hope over this pass to be able to take care on orbit 109 some views from the middeck of the shuttle Columbia while the crew is busy with the various experiments down there. In work right now is the LBNP process with Bonnie Dunbar and the lower body negative pressure apparatus. And we expect to be able to see some of that as well. That should begin at 6:20:57 mission elapsed time, or 3:32 a.m. this morning.
Good.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
You ready for downlink?
You bet.
How's that look?
Dan, that looks great.
Okay, what we have today is G. David and Bonnie and Marcia are down in the middeck working on LBNP. And what I'm going to do is pass you off to David and let him tell you about all the equipment and what they're doing.
Okay, Houston, what you can see here is the lower body negative pressure device, or LBNP as we've been calling it here. What this is a candidate reconditioning protocol that we hope might be able to be used for overcoming or bettering orthostatic intolerance. Orthostatic intolerance in one gravity is the inability to stand up without feeling dizzy or lightheaded, or even in the worst case, passing out or fainting. One thing that we've seen in virtually 100% of American astronauts on their return from spaceflight is a decrease in their orthostatic tolerance. And so far with our with the short duration spaceflights that we've had, we have not seen any adverse effects from that. In fact, we've got a current protocol on the shuttle flights of about an hour before re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. We ingest about 32 fluid ounces of water and take about 8 salt tablets as a countermeasure for the decrease in orthostatic tolerance that we've seen. However, ground-based studies, these are bed rest studies where we put people in devices like this for weeks at a time. These ground-based studies have shown that a combination of using lower body negative pressure as well as the fluid loading and with the salt tablets works even better at decreasing your orthostatic intolerance. And Houston, if you pardon me, we actually are doing some work right here, so we're gonna be working and talking simul here. Okay, so what we've got here is the lower body negative pressure device. The last time we flew one of these in the U.S. space program was on a Skylab missions. In fact, we flew it on all 3 of the Skylab missions. It looked a little bit different from this. In fact, it was a solid can that we flew. In this case, this entire device and all the equipment that you see right here can be folded up and put into one of our lockers here. What we're doing here is at the same time that Bonnie has a lower pressure on her lower body right now, Marcia is using the American flight echocardiograph and taking some pictures of her heart. Now, the measurements that we take while we're doing this, we are constantly measuring blood pressure, heart rate, and EKG. And in fact, EKG and heart rate are being constantly downlinked to the ground. Blood pressure is the only one. Up here, we're the only ones that have the blood pressure. We're monitoring that on this automatic blood pressure device, and it's also being taped down here on a recorder. Now, the device that you see here in front of us was actually the team that designed this and put this together was headed up by Dr. John Charles. He's the principal investigator, and the folks that are working with him, Bonnie and I and Marcia, have worked for the last 4 or 5 months very closely with them, and I think they've done a super job with the hardware here and also the procedures. Everything is working very, very smoothly. So what we're doing here, the way we draw lower pressure or negative pressure on inside this can, you can see this hose right here. This is actually connected up through our waste collection system, the WCS, and it's actually venting overboard. And we use that to draw a negative pressure on the lower portion of Bonnie's body here. She's got a seal that you can see right here that's made out of a wetsuit material, and that actually seals it up here. What we're doing is we've got 2 different protocols that we run. Yesterday, Bonnie and I both ran what's called a ramped protocol, and today Bonnie's in what's called the soak protocol, and I think I'm going to do that 2 days from now. In the ramped protocol, what we do is we take the pressure in the lower portion of the body here down to minus 10 millimeters of mercury for 3 minutes, and then in steps of 3 minutes each, we go to minus 20 millimeters, minus 30 millimeters, minus 40 millimeters, and then down to minus 50 millimeters of mercury. Minus 50 millimeters of mercury is the equivalent stress on the heart of standing up in 1G. And what we've been doing in the ramp protocols, we go to minus 50, stay there for 3 minutes, and then we come back down to the normal cabin pressure inside the can. During the soak protocol, which is what Bonnie is in right now, this is actually a 4-hour protocol. Those ramp protocols, if you just add up all the numbers plus a 10-minute control at the beginning, that lasts maybe 40 minutes total. This soak protocol is lasting about 4 hours today, in which Bonnie went through the normal ramp up or down to 50 millimeters of mercury pressure, and then we brought that back to about minus 30 millimeters of mercury, and that's where she is sitting right now at minus 30 millimeters of mercury, which again is the equivalent stress on the heart of about 0.6 Gs if you're standing up down on Earth. And we're having Bonnie stay like this for about 4 hours today, and then at the end of this protocol, we're going to ramp back up to 40 millimeters, or excuse me, back down to 40 millimeters of mercury, back down to 50 millimeters of mercury, each of those for 3 minutes, and then we'll come back down to, or back up to normal cabin pressure inside the bag there. During the first hour of this, Bonnie ingested 32 ounces of it was actually lemonade with artificial sweetener, and she took 8 salt tablets. So we're essentially doing the same fluid loading protocol that we do in the shuttle, and along with the lower body negative pressure. And again, we'll be able to compare this with various ground-based bed rest studies that have been done. Right now, we've only got, when we come out of this mission, we are only going to have 2 data points, which really isn't enough to draw any conclusions from, but we'll be able to measure Bonnie's and my heart rate, blood pressure, and EKG when we return to Edwards in a few days, and see if we think there was any effect from this. But more importantly, when we fly this on some more shuttle flights, and also, if we have any iterations, any suggestions that we might be able to make to this, iterations between this and the ground-based studies, hopefully in the future we'll be able to come up with a fairly good, or maybe even a more effective countermeasure to orthostatic intolerance. Let me just, I guess I can point out a little bit more about some of the equipment here. We've got an automatic blood pressure cuff, which is right here, and in fact that will inflate every 15 minutes during the soak period, and we get an automatic readout right here. We've got a backup, a manual blood pressure cuff, because the blood pressure readings are so important. In case something were to ever happen to that one, we can just take a manual reading right here, and that's all ready to go. In fact, these things have worked flawlessly. It's been great. We've got the pressure regulator right here that we try to maintain right now at about 30. Right now, in fact, it's at reading 28, so we need to increase it a little bit. And we got a vacuum regulator here and a data recorder right down there. Inside this device, Bonnie's feet are not touching the bottom. She's actually sitting on what looks like a very padded bicycle seat, and in fact that's her sole means of support right now. As you begin to draw pressure or negative pressure inside this can here, Bonnie feels more and more pressure contact between herself and the seat. And what we've got right here, this little green knob, is sort of a dump valve. If at any time she felt like it, she could just turn that knob and it would dump all the pressure out of there immediately. And Houston, that's probably about all that we've got right here. We've got about another hour and 15 minutes of soak time on Bonnie before we go back up to the next ramp phase, and that ramp phase going from 40 to 50 back down to 0 is only going to take us another 12 minutes or so. All right, just checking with Bonnie. Tomorrow what we'll be doing is we'll be switching positions here. I'll be inside the can, and Bonnie will be essentially the operator of the equipment on the outside, and I'll be going through a 4-hour soak. I think before we even do that, Bonnie's going to come back one more time and do a quick 40-minute ramp from 0 up to or down to 50 millimeters of mercury. And again, during that whole time, Marshall will be back over here doing some echocardiographs on us. During the ramps, we have echocardiographs continuously. During these soaks, Marshall only has to come down here once an hour, and we take some data at that time. And then finally on flight day 10, I guess we both do, in fact, I think I have one more ramp. Bonnie doesn't have any ramp at all then. And that'll be the last one before we come home.
Dave, we copy all that. We appreciate the brief on LBNP. Y'all look great up there.
All right, Tammy, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 21 hours, 10 minutes mission elapsed time. As Columbia was passing out over the Central Pacific Ocean on orbit 110, we took some television from the spacecraft and saw some work underway on the lower body negative pressure. And we'll be replaying that in its entirety for our television users downstream. The replay will begin at 6 days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, or 4:10 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Columbia, Houston, the LBNP folks had a few words they'd like me to pass on to you.
Okay, I think everyone's listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, the LBNP experimenters wanted to pass on that the experimental protocol looks exactly right, and that they were particularly impressed with Dave's excellent narration.
That's great. We do that all up.
Dan, also, the CNCR folks enjoyed the TV downlink you provided for them, and they were extremely pleased with the remark of CNCR. As was commented in the downlink, since the growth in the race tubes was only to about 2/3 of the tube, they would appreciate a third marking on flight day 10, and later on we'll be uplinking a tags procedure.
Okay, we would love to do that. Thanks.
You bet.
It's Mission Control Houston with a reminder. In about 9 minutes, we're going to do a replay of the lower body negative pressure television downlink that we took a short while ago. That replay will begin at 6 days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, or 4:10 a.m. Central. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 21 hours, 46 minutes mission elapsed time. That's the end of the replay of the last television from Columbia, the lower body negative pressure work being done in the middeck there. Another 14 and a half minutes remaining in this pass through Tidris East. We're on orbit 110, about to pass over the coastline of southern Africa. It's Mission Control Houston. While Columbia passes over the coastline of Africa, we're taking a view now from the wizards in our computer graphics area, located in Building 12 here at Johnson Space Center. This is the Demos display. We had to ponder for a moment to remember the name of the what the acronym means, but it's Distributed Earth Model Orbiter System. And we'd advise that in the lower right and top left views, we see a fairly active star field generated for this view, and that is tied into the computer system, and the source of that is the Yale Star Catalog. So those are accurate star locations for this perspective of the orbiter, these four perspectives of the orbiter. And a correction to that acronym, we find that it's called the Distributed Earth Model Orbiter Simulation, or DEMOS. It's a joint project between the Mission Operations Directorate and the Mission Support Directorate here at Houston. These displays are based on live position and attitude data from the orbiter. And all of this has been developed by a small team in the Mission Operations Systems Lab. Its development is part of a continuing effort here at Johnson Space Center to upgrade the graphics and information displayed for flight controllers and aid them in their work in visualizing where the orbiter is and a frame of reference for its attitude and pointing. This attitude is the nose north, tail south, wing into the velocity vector, or minus ZLV. This is Mission Control Houston as we view Columbia represented in this computer graphics display, passing out over the coastline of Africa and now over Madagascar here on orbit 110. We note there's a minute and 55 seconds remaining in this pass through the tracking and data relay satellite. We'll reacquire with them after a very short loss of signal period.
Columbia Houston, 2 minutes from LOS. See you on the west side at 2209.
Okay, Houston, we'll see you there.
Columbia Houston, we're back with you through Tidris.
Roger, Houston, got you loud and clear.
It's Mission Control Houston at 6 days, 22 hours, 21 minutes mission elapsed time. And upcoming on the shuttle television, we think we're going to be seeing some television from the orbiter Columbia put together by the crew. Dan Brandenstein had asked us a little earlier to see if we could eke out 25 to 30 minutes of TV time. And that opportunity will be coming up on orbit 111 over Tidris East at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 8 minutes, or 5:43 a.m. Central Standard Time. This is Mission Control Houston.
Houston, Columbia for LBMP. We are beginning the 30 millimeter ramp.
Copy, Dave.
Houston, Columbia, Bunny's at 50 millimeters now.
Copy, 50 millimeters.
And Houston, Bonnie's back to cabin pressure.
Copy, Dave. Thanks. Columbia, Houston, we have some words on your PMC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Columbia, LBNP is written in the timeline occurring after, your PMC is written in the timeline occurring after LBNP. However, if you wanted to postpone that until after the crew preference TV downlink, that'd be just fine with us.
I think that'd be the best way to go. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston at 6 days, 22 hours, 45 minutes mission elapsed time. Another 52 minutes remaining in this pass across the TDRS coverage area. And our next television from the spacecraft we expect will be on orbit 111 over TDRS East. It's some crew choice television that Commander Brandenstein asked us to make a hole for this morning. We expect the downlink to take place at 6 days, 23 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time, or 5:43 a.m. Central. The call to the crew just went up that we could defer the private medical conference for after that television, and that PMC has to do with the lower body negative pressure experiment. The idea for the flight surgeons to be able to talk to Bonnie Dunbar, who was the test subject for about 4 hours this morning, make sure she's feeling okay and that she's happy with the way the protocols work, and thinks the procedures are working as they had all coordinated here on the ground pre-flight. Otherwise, things going very well aboard Columbia. All the systems are clean. The inertial measurement unit problem of yesterday has not resurfaced. IMU number 1 had been deselected overnight while the crew slept, just to rule out any possibility of that problem reoccurring. As soon as they woke up, the IMU was reselected and put into the flow. The celestial navigation was of sufficient status aboard Columbia that there was no need to do a realignment of all 3 of those units, so that platform is in good shape. All of Columbia's margins are very healthy. They're currently operating out of cryogenic tank sets 2 and 3. They've pretty much used up the supply in cryo tanks 4 and 5, which is as per the plan, and they'll be operating out of 2 and 3 for the remainder of the flight. The flight team, of course, now beginning to look toward where we stand for the planned entry early Friday morning, and the status on that is good. Our weather for Friday on the coastline of North America, where Edwards Air Force Base resides, looks very good for Friday. In fact, Flight Director Al Pennington's quote during the weather briefing was, "Well, Friday's going to be a good day to land." The Pacific coast right now has a low pressure system moving through. There's another rather large system way out over the Pacific that is expected to move through by late this weekend, and Friday happens to be right in the middle of the passage of those 2 fronts. The day before, Thursday, were there to be a need to come back, Thursday is go at Edwards. The low pressure system that is in there right now and giving them some wet weather, especially tomorrow, is expected to have scooted out of the area by Thursday. They'll have drying out conditions, some scattered clouds, good visibility, and on Thursday the wind forecast is winds out of 20 degrees at about 8 knots. So Edwards is go for Thursday. Edwards also looking much better even than Thursday's forecast for Friday morning. They expect a good weather regime in the area. They are looking at a forecast now that calls for scattered clouds at 25,000 feet, light winds out of 4 degrees at about 8 knots, which is all within spec. So the planned landing on the concrete runway is go, and the lakebed runway number 17 is go. although because of the rain that we've had earlier this week, the rest of the lake bed runways are no-go due to water. Although that's not our plan to go there, so we're happy with the forecast for the concrete. Also, Edwards looks good for Saturday, just in case we might have to stay up an extra day. They think that the weather system out over the Pacific that's heading in that direction will not have crossed the coastline or begun to influence Edwards weather, so we're in a good position now for end-of-mission weather requirements. We've got good weather forecasts Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Later this morning, our plan is to try to look at canceling the change of shift press conference that is scheduled for 6:30 a.m. Central with off-going Flight Director Al Pennington. Again, the briefing scheduled for 6:30. If possible, and there are no overwhelming requirements from news media, we would like to cancel that since the Orbit 1 shift has been pretty quiet, with most of the activity centered around the windows on the flight deck of Columbia and the mid-deck where the lower body negative pressure experiment has been in operation. If news media would let us know, there are druthers on that. They can call area code 713-483-5111. Talk to the news center manager here in Houston, and we'll see if that's a good option or not. At 6 days, 22 hours, 51 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston. Our next television event, some television from Columbia on Orbit 111 over Tidris East. That'll take place at 5:43 a.m. Central Standard Time. Mission elapsed 6 days, 23 hours, and 8 minutes. Subject, the crew will be giving us some sort of presentation from Columbia. We're not clued in on exactly the subject matter, but we're sure it should be entertaining, and we're standing by to take that shortly.
Columbia, Houston, we're configuring for CCTV in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Sorry, Tammy, I missed it. Say again, please.
Yeah, Dan, confirm CCTV in about 2 minutes.
Okay, let me know when you're ready and we'll start her up.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, we're ready for CCTV.
Okay, Houston, here it comes. Morning, Houston, and it's a pleasure to bring you back aboard Columbia again. What we'd like to do today is give you a demonstration of some of the equipment we have on board the shuttle. I know you're all very aware of the many pictures that people see coming down from the shuttle real time, and also the photographs that are brought back. The photo documentation on board these shuttle missions is done with a variety of photographic equipment. And the purpose of the documentation is for Earth observations, for technical documentation of various experiments and payloads, and some of it is just pure aesthetics to demonstrate and show people of America that support our space program how beautiful this universe is that we live on. So with that in mind, I'd like to introduce Marsha Ivins, who's going to show you and demonstrate some of the things we do with the 70-millimeter camera. And here's Marsha.
The 70-millimeter camera that we use for mostly Earth observations is a Hasselblad. It's a standard Hasselblad. It's pretty much not modified for our use. Has a motor drive on it, and it has a data magazine. The data mag holds about 95 or 100 frames of film, and it has a data on the back that basically tells us the MET of what we're shooting. For some film tests that we're flying, I have some regular rolls of 120 film, which is what a Hasselblad normally uses, and I have the little backs for that so that I can compare this to other types of film. In order to do that, I use this device, which has got two cameras on one bracket, and they're connected to a button. When I hit one button, I fire both cameras at the same time. We fly 3 different lenses on this camera, a 50, a 100, and a 250, and in this case I have two 250s. I can line this up in the window and shoot the scenes, compare two films, and compare two speeds, compare two different f-stops. One of the things we're doing on this flight is to look at long lenses, and so I have yet even a bigger lens. This is a 500 millimeter lens for the Hasselblad, and we'll be comparing this to a long lens for the 35 millimeter camera also, and seeing how well we do looking at that. This camera is not an automatic camera. It requires that you determine what your own exposure is, and so our spot gives us an exposure, but we also use a spot meter looking out the window to average the scene and decide what exposure to use. That's about it for the 70. The 35 will be Weatherby.
This is a standard 35 millimeter camera that most folks have at home. We use it here on board the shuttle for documenting crew actions and taking still photography of some of the mid-deck experiments that we're accomplishing, and also some action out in the payload bay, or for example LDAF in our case, and Earth observation photography. We use on this camera various different lenses, ranging all the way from fisheye lens for documenting action in the mid-deck when you need to have a wide field of view, and it's the standard photograph that you see that's slightly distorted out on the side. One of our favorites, 3570 zoom for taking Earth observations. You can frame the picture pretty nicely with that. And all the way up to my favorite, the 300 millimeter lens. We're using this lens to compare it with 70 millimeter photography that Marcia is taking. Some of the features on this camera, of course, the standard flash that we use. It has an automatic feature, so you don't have to worry about any times or setting the lights or taking meter readings down in the mid-deck. It's automatic, and you just view it and shoot. We have a data back on the back of the camera that automatically prints the MET on the photograph, useful for Earth observation, so we can locate the picture that we've taken. And of course, my favorite, the motor drive. You just point, shoot, and it rewinds, and you're ready for the next shot. Dave is next, and he'll be talking about the ARRI camera.
What we've got here is a 16 millimeter Aeroflex motion picture camera. This is actually an identical camera to a camera that's used widely in the motion picture industry. On board, we use it to document almost all of the activities that we do here. In fact, most of the films that we take when we go talking throughout the country about our space flights are taken with this camera here. We've got two different kinds of lenses here. What we've got on here right now is the 10 to 100 millimeter lens. The nice thing about this is that it's also got an auto feature to it that will take care of your f-stops for you. So all you have to do is point, focus, and then shoot. The camera is battery powered, and this is the battery pack right here. It's got 16 millimeter magazines right here. We carry about 12 of these on board with us, and these magazines can be daylight loaded. So the camera itself is just this portion here that you're seeing. And with that, I think Bonnie Dunbar is going to talk about the CCTV system that we have on board.
I'm going to talk a little bit about our video systems, or what we call our closed-circuit TV. We have both interior and exterior cameras. Most of the video that came down during the rendezvous and capture of LDAF was exterior video. The payload bay is a rectangle, and at each corner there is a camera. Normally we can carry both color and black and white, and wide-angle and standard view lenses. I'm going to take a moment here and show you some of them. I'm going to downlink first what we call camera D, which is in the forward right side of the shuttle payload bay, and it's looking at the aft side of the shuttle, LDEF over at the right-hand side. And if you look closely, you can see camera C down there on the aft bulkhead. Going back over to camera A, which is on the forward left or port side of the vehicle, you can maybe make out camera B, or Bravo, down at the aft bulkhead, but you also see the remote manipulator system off to your right. We use this to capture the LDEF, and it also has two camera systems on it. It has a camera on the elbow, which is a color wide-angle lens, and then it has a camera right where the arm grapples onto the payload, which is called the end effector. And we use that camera on board to actually fly the end effector like an airplane. Our controllers on board have roll, pitch, and yaw and translation axes, and we look at a TV monitor inside. Coming back inside, you can see the two TV monitors that we use. And during the grapple of LDEF, I couldn't see very well out the windows exactly what I was grappling onto. In fact, I was using primarily these TV monitors to look at what I had to do. We control all of the shuttle closed circuitry TV from this panel right here, where we can select the television camera that we want to use and where we want it to go. We can also power it on and off. Recently, on several shuttle flights, we have been evaluating off-the-shelf camcorders, and we have one here, several different models. We found these very useful for in-cabin photography and for experimental documentation. In fact, they've been so successful that we have at least 2 experiments on this flight that utilize off-the-shelf camcorders and macro lenses for documenting experimental results. Well, this gives you kind of a quick view of the video systems that we have on board, and we'd definitely like to thank all the people who helped support us in doing this. And now I'll give you back to Dan.
Well, the last camera system we have on board is probably the granddaddy of all cameras, and it should be coming into the view right here. And that's a very large format camera. It's called IMAX. It's actually a payload. It flies on specific shuttle missions and has documented The Dream is Alive as one of the movies. It's shown in several theaters. I think there are about 100 theaters worldwide, very special theaters that only show this format. The format of each frame is 70 millimeters high by 120 long, and it gives a very high fidelity picture. As you can see, it's a very large camera, and it's not something you use at a spur of the moment. You pretty well have to plan your shots ahead of time. As you can see, I'm holding it by some handholds, which allow you to maneuver it like that. And we also, to get the best shots that are most stabilized, we have a rig where we can mount it in the window right over here, and it takes a shot looking right at the Earth. So using it this way, it's very stabilized, and we get some very good pictures. All in all, as you can see, we have a wide variety of cameras on board. A couple things I think worth noting that Marcia alluded to in the 70 millimeter that we were running some tests. We've normally used only 1 or 2 types of film, and on this flight we have a great number of films that we're doing the side-by-side comparison, hopefully to enhance the photography and get better pictures in the future. Well, once again, these photographs are used for a wide variety of things. For instance, on the LDEF retrieve, to document the various experiments before it even re-enters in the shuttle and gets maybe bounced around a little bit when we land. Marcia took over 700 photographs with the 70 millimeter to document each individual tray on the LDEF. So quite a bit of technical data are collected on the photographs and the tapes and the movies we take, in addition to the other around life on the shuttle as we're doing right now. And with that, hopefully this lend a little insight into some of the equipment we have on board the shuttle. We'd like to turn the cameras back to the ground, who also can control the TV cameras, and they can look at some Earth views. Thanks a lot.
Dan, thank you for an informative presentation. Columbia, Houston. We currently have a nice view out the payload bay. Your Orbit 1 team has enjoyed working with you once again, and we'll see you tomorrow. Handing over to Orbit 2 and Steve Oswald.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
It's Mission Control Houston. We've just concluded the crew presentation on some of the devices they use in their photographic studies of the planet. And we're now taking some television from the payload bay of Columbia as we look down on the good Earth. The Columbia very shortly will pass over the coast of the southern tip of the African continent. And there's about 15 minutes left in this pass. We anticipate good antenna positions such that we ought to be able to take TV for most of this, remainder of this rev. All of the systems aboard Columbia functioning very well on this morning's Orbit 1 shift. It was very quiet from the standpoint of air-to-ground traffic. The order of the day was to minimize discussion.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Hello, Steve. I guess we'll maneuver back to our world-famous 2390 attitude that we've been flying, if that's what you'd like.
Columbia, that sounds good to us.
That was pilot Jim Weatherby calling down, confirming Columbia's change in attitude positioning coming up shortly.
Columbia, Houston, we're configuring for the PMC down here. Just give us a call when you're ready to start that.
Okay, we're standing by.
The PMC, or private medical conference, is being conducted as a one of the last procedures for this morning's lower body negative pressure run.
Columbia,
with
Bonnie, we're configured and PMC on your call.
this private medical conference with Bonnie Dunbar, just to go over the procedures they used and see if she feels okay and is happy with the way things worked in the lower body negative pressure experiment this morning. That's about a 4.5 hour procedure, and as part of the protocols, the flight surgeons like to set up an opportunity to chat with the subject and just make sure that they're happy with the way things are going. As we conclude this downlink, Columbia moving back to the minus ZLV position, nose north and tail south, wing into the velocity vector. They had maneuvered to this position to give good pointing for the KU band antenna for the crew's television presentation. Again, all things and systems going well with Columbia this morning. Inertial measurement unit number 1 still healthy. IMU number 1 again doing very well aboard Columbia. They have recorded no other data spikes on that unit since the event yesterday when we all took a look at it. You'll recall that during the crew's sleep period yesterday, inertial measurement unit number 1 recorded some accelerations in the y-axis that looked out of spec to Columbia's computers. The computers deselected it. That set off a cabin alarm and woke up the crew. And we stayed in that configuration until they ended their sleep period, looked at all the data, decided that the inertial measurement unit looked healthy, brought it back online, and it has performed as well as any of the other units since then. There have been no other transient data spikes to record in the last 24 hours. They've also here on the ground been doing some data reduction, taking a look at the data that came down from the ship. They played it back. They played back data from 24 hours prior to the event, leading up to the event on that y-axis accelerometer. compared that to flight experience, bench tests, and a database listing all in-flight anomalies, and they've really seen nothing in all of that that compares to that event or really explains it. So in the truest sense of the word, they believe they've seen a transient, and that's where we stand now. The IMU was powered off last night when the crew went to bed, just simply to avoid the risk of a similar event taking place and perhaps waking them up. This morning when they did awake, the IMU was reselected, went back into the fold, and everything looks fine. We've recorded nothing to report at all since then. Weather looks good for end of mission. Our entry weather forecast right now calls for the last 3 days of the week here to be good weather out at Edwards Air Force Base. The primary landing day, of course, is Friday morning, and that's the best of the three from the current forecast. They're expecting winds out of 4 degrees at about 8 knots. The concrete runway that we're aiming for is go that morning. Expect pretty clear skies with the scattered clouds at 25,000 feet. Friday looks good, and the Thursday the day before also looks good. This morning the crew's been pretty busy doing the lower body negative pressure experiment, while periodically Marcia Ivins would float down from her position up on the aft flight deck to the mid deck, and about every hour or so do a flight echocardiograph run on the test subject Bonnie Dunbar. David Lowe has been operating the equipment throughout that whole protocol. Dan Brandenstein and Jim Weatherby have been working with IMAX in the L3 experiment, and all of that appears to have gone well. Again, as we said, the communication between the ground and the orbiter has been at a minimum to allow them to stay with the timeline and get all their various chores accomplished without a lot of interference from the folks here on the ground. We've just let them go at it, and they've been doing very well. And again, all going well aboard Columbia, quiet orbit 1 shift, and to that end we have canceled the Al Pennington change of shift press conference that had been scheduled for 6:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Again, that briefing has been canceled. At 6 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes, this is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston at 6 days, 23 hours, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. With a reminder, we have canceled the next television event, a change of shift press conference with off-going flight director Al Pennington. That had been scheduled for 6:30 a.m. local. It's been a pretty quiet shift, all in good shape aboard Columbia, so we have canceled that briefing.
Columbia, Houston, back with you following the PMC, and we're about 1 minute from losing you on the East Hedris. We'll see you on the west side at 23:45.
Okay, well, we'll see you later. Thanks a lot.
Columbia, Houston, back with you on Hedris West.
Loud and clear.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time, 6 days, 23 hours, and 53 minutes. The Orbit 2 team departing the flight control room, or arriving here in the flight control room as the Orbit 1 team departs. Handover complete. A change of shift briefing, which had been scheduled for 6:30 this morning with off-going Orbit 1 flight director Al Pennington, has been canceled and replaced with a satellite replay of some downlink television taken from the cabin of Columbia on the last orbit. Crew aboard Columbia offering folks on the ground a demonstration and some explanation of some of the photo and TV gear that they use for both operational uses as well as photo documentation. That replay coming up in just a couple of minutes at 6:30 Central Standard Time. The replay is expected to last about 25 minutes. We'll very briefly interrupt live transmissions of air to ground on NASA Select audio while we take this replay, but things quiet on board Columbia right now as the crew's preparing a meal and getting ready to launch into a full crew afternoon of activity.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Guess we're ready to start the arm ops, but we only put the heaters on 15 minutes ago. Is that okay?
Columbia, Houston, checking with PDRS. You have a go to press on with the RMS ops.
We'll do it. Thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Well, the old hubstep trick is working like a champ. Now I got a question. That means that we got the towel in a plastic bag, and now the towel is wet and there's water in the plastic bag. How about if we take that water disposable IFM and have that in the ready alert position, then all we have to do is go down and stick that tip of that in the plastic bag, and we'll, I think, have a closed, almost a closed loop system.
And stand by on that a second. Let us go off and talk about it, and we'll be back.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston for Dan.